Chapter 441. Essentially, I'm no saint. Saving those beside me when convenient is the limit of my abilities. Yu Hong murmured softly. Turning his head, he looked back at the three people behind him. Ku Chan wore an indifferent expression, clearly uninterested in these matters. Zhang Kaiying's countenance was calm, her eyes a cool abyss, inscrutable in their depth. A, too, maintained a tranquil facade, yet her gaze brimmed with a clear bewilderment. She and Zhang Kaijun both projected an aura of innocence, shared the same ponytail hairstyle, and both had long black hair. But at this moment, the two presented a stark visual contrast. One mature, the other naive, one sharp, the other natural. Yu Hong felt a silent sigh within his heart, yet regardless, Yi remained the person he trusted the most. After all, he was certain of one thing. If he ever found himself in dire straits, the one who would unquestionably come to his aid without a moment's hesitation was certainly Yi. So as long as that assurance existed, anything else could be overlooked. Let's go! He turned and entered the sanctuary house. The other three followed him into the sanctuary house. Inside the camp, the dragon lizard nest had been completely transferred onto the black light. The light disaster ultimate gate continued to emit radiation and various monsters unabated. Click. The sanctuary house's door closed behind Zhang Kaiying, the last to enter, and locked firmly. At the observation window, Yu Hong's face briefly flitted by, and was obscured by a curtain drawn over it. Peace reigned supreme. After a few breaths, the sanctuary house cave trembled suddenly, and the area where the observation window had been turned to stone. Following that, the original sanctuary house door on this section of the mountain wall began to blur, fade, and then seamlessly merged with the surrounding rock wall, disappearing entirely. From a distance, it appeared nothing more than an ordinary rock wall, devoid of any trace of a door. Within the sanctuary house, after Yu Hong mentally commanded the move, a subtle vibration commenced around them. After 10 or so seconds, the sanctuary house fully merged with the black ship, the black light. Long ago, he had enhanced the sanctuary house's mobility, though it was seldom used. This time, he directed the sanctuary house to move towards the black light, engulfed in the black fog. The attempt was a success. Yu Hong watched with wide eyes as the landscape outside the door's observation window shifted from a blank expanse of snow to the broad, hard, black deck of the black light. He looked back at the three companions, who seemed to have noticed something amiss, and he smiled. "Are you ready?" The three, puzzled, watched as Yu Hong walked forward and pushed open the door of the sanctuary house that had just been sealed. Click. Outside the door was no longer the ice and snow nor the shimmering blue light of the ultimate gate, but the broad and tidy black deck of the black light. This? Ku Chan's eyes widened. He stepped out onto the deck and looked back. He found himself standing on the 20th level of the black light's deck, which was easily recognizable as the main deck. Besides the layers of the ship itself, this level housed the various major areas of the ship, including the main control room, passages to the stern and bow, and the exits for disembarking. All could be found here. This level was also the most expansive of all the decks. They had already browsed through it earlier during their arrival. "The whole camp has been moved onto the ship?" Ku Chan asked Yu Hong in astonishment. To be precise, the camp and the black light were always one and the same. Now we're finally seeing its fully integrated form. Yu Hong replied with a smile. "A fine treasure,"
Ku Han exclaimed.
"No wonder you referred to it as the savior ship when you introduced it to us. This is also a reward from my exploration of the source disaster. Consider it the legacy left by the forces devastated by the source disaster," Yu Hong said. The word legacy struck Ku Chan into silence. This place is so big. Unlike him, this was Yi's first time aboard the black light. At that moment, she was looking around, visibly shocked, wandering about the deck, touching everything curiously. "This will be your home from now on," said Yu Hong. Yi's situation was special due to her identity issues. She couldn't truly go to any other world. Better then to become his first permanent crew member. "Really?" Yi turned around, her face a blend of shock and delight. Of course, Yu Hong nodded with a smile. There's lots to play with, lots of places to rest. You can choose any place you like on this level. Below us is the entertainment area, and above there's a sports area and swimming pool, gaming consoles, and an audiovisual zone, all in the entertainment area. Where do I go for cultivation? Ku Chan was already familiar with the place and disinterested in such pleasures. It's on this level towards the stern. You can use any room marked with a sign, said Yu Hong. If you need me, I'll be cultivating. I haven't finished the elixir I was refining, declared Ku Chan as he turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Yu Hong understood that the man probably saw the black disaster spirit disaster as an object of vengeance, now throwing himself into it wholeheartedly, uninterested in anything else. I'm off to the entertainment area. Call me for meals. Thanks. Zhang Qiang chimed in from the side. Go ahead, Yu Hong said with a smile. I've stocked the entertainment area with every game console and thousands of different games available on the market, enough to keep you entertained for a very long time. You can dine in the catering area. Hearing these words, Zhang Qiang's steps accelerated from a walk to a run, quickly disappearing at the staircase leading upstairs. The remaining Yi ran to the side of the ship and looked out, clearly very curious about this place. Beyond the ship's railing surged the tumultuous black waters of the river. Countless gray-black monsters bobbed up and down in the river, visible one moment and hidden the next. Fog enveloped the entire surroundings of the black light, with visibility dropping to 0 beyond 20 meters. Moo! From deep within the distant fog, the eerie sounds of monstrous howls continued to echo. The vessel slowly made its way forward, as if navigating an endless river. Is this deep within the black disaster? Yi's previously cheerful face suddenly became somber. The world of Hope City had been peaceful for a while, leading her to let her guard down somewhat. But now, seeing the familiar threatening black fog and the countless shadows of monsters in the river, the memories of past events naturally rose up from the depths of her heart. Yi's expression increasingly became serious and tense, as she evidently entered a state of readiness. Yes, our objective is to explore the secrets deep within the source disaster, to determine what it actually is, how many powerful monsters and enemies lie within, and to anticipate the multitude of difficulties that may arise. Also, I plan to rescue a senior who was once taken away for helping everyone fight against the source disaster, said Yu Hong. I understand. A rescue mission? I'll help you. Yi nodded.
I'm sorry.
Yu Hong walked over to her, gently ruffling her hair. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to face these things again. I can't escape it. Yi shook her head. I've figured out everything about my mother. No matter where I go, I can no longer live with normal people. Yu Hong fell silent. With Yi's identity, aside from letting her stay alone in the near-extinct world of Hope City, even if she could be brought to the new world, she would only become a node connecting the world to the black disaster. After all, she was essentially one half of a black disaster monster. Don't worry, this life isn't too bad, Yi said, noticing Yu Hong's silence. She smiled and gently hugged his arm, resting her face against his hand. We're good friends, right? Yu Hong was taken aback, feeling the soft pressure on his hand and seeing the sincerity and peace in Yi's eyes. Yes. He smiled as well. After making the arrangements, Yi went to rest in a bedroom aboard the ship. Yu Hong returned alone to the safe house. Now, the safe house had merged with the main control room of the ship. The door to the main control room was located on one of the walls within the safe house. He entered the main control room and looked forward through the circular glass windows. The bow of the ship cut through the waves and the layers of black fog, heading towards an unknown destination. I hope we can find it this time. He closed his eyes and quickly located the orbs containing the black mark in his mind. The largest of these, a dark purple sphere, represented the current black light. After enhancement, it had transformed into this state. Controlling the black light was simple. Yu Hong just needed to imagine touching the orb and then order it to move to the locations marked by his presence. This mark was primarily his black mark accessory. For example, his often used dragon lizards. His senses expanded. Following his spiritual connection, Yu Hong quickly simulated a virtual map in his mind. Within a black ocean, far to the left of the black light shone a white light point, the recently stabilized New World, where many black light soldiers served as marks. Clustered together, they were quite distinct. Since the Spirit Light secret skill was also a product of the black mark enhancement, it could also serve as a marker. Far behind, another slightly smaller white light point was the world of Hope City, where the Light Disaster Ultimate Gate, summoned by Yu Hong himself through his cultivation technique, also enhanced by the black mark, served as a marker too. On the far right, there was a mark of a dragon lizard, which was from the recently visited prison island. Quan He has the Spirit Light secret skill that I left with her, being one of the most powerful bearers of it. If we get close enough, I should be able to sense something. Since the Spirit Light hasn't been reclaimed and there's no sign of sensing it, the most likely scenario is that she's been captured and hidden away by some forces on the side of the Spirit Disaster. Standing in the main control room, Yu Hong pondered how to find Quan He. Never mind. I'll take another trip to the Taoist sect world and see if I can find an entrance. During his last search, the entrance to the Taoist sect world had disappeared. Although he hadn't found it, he remembered the approximate location. All he needed to do was to find the direction where the Spirit Disaster's essence was strongest in the Black River. For now, Yu Hong did not immediately set off, but closed his eyes to sense the current state of the black light. The entire structure of the ship quickly became clear in his perception. With his current intensity of spiritual power, amplified by the spirit light to tens of millions, scanning and sensing the black light was effortless. Adding the black mark's control function, the entirety of the black light was under his command, as if observing the lines in his palm. Extending his hand, he projected a strand of dark red inner strength. The inner strength formed a thread, weaving a glowing model of the combined black light and safe house right before his eyes. Before departure, let's set up the security alert system. With a thought, storage compartments at the bottom layer of the ship's interior, each containing dragon lizards, slowly opened from the inside out. Groups of black dragon lizards swarmed out of the storages, densely spread along corridors towards various parts of the black light. Current dragon lizard count, 6721. Chapter 442. Yu Hong sensed the approximate number of remaining dragon lizards after many had been stationed in the New World. Considering no new ones had been created recently and the losses incurred during previous battles, the current number was fairly decent. Dragon lizard strength is starting to lag behind. They will need to be enhanced later. For now, they're temporarily empowered by spirit light, which makes them barely usable. Yu Hong kept this matter in mind. Next, the arrays. He eyed the ship model suspended in midair. The black light itself comes with a basic defensive array, which offers concealment and weak protection. Its strength isn't high and it will likely be breached by war-level monsters. I must set up a stronger array for protection myself. He had tried directly empowering the array with spirit light, but to no avail. The boost from spirit light only lasted a very short time, because it wasn't a living being. In the future, deploying a living being to set up the array could circumvent this shortcoming. Now, his mastery of arrays was decent, although definitely not comparable to the experts from the Taoist sect world, who had immersed themselves for many years. He was capable of quickly setting up and slightly modifying an array when given one. Yu Hong made a calculation. The arrays I currently master primarily consist of special attack formations from the Taoist sect world, focused on spiritual power suppression. They're a bit too ethereal against physical monsters. He turned his attention back to the Wind and Fire Slaughter Spirit Array, revised, which they enhanced at base. This array was no longer the original version of the Wind and Fire Slaughter Spirit Array. Its strength had been significantly improved. Combining this array with those from the Taoist sect world could set up a layered defense, one against physical entities and one against spirits. However, the strength of the Wind and Fire Slaughter Spirit Array is still weak. It needs to be augmented. This array could only counter black disaster monsters below level 9. Anything higher would be too much. As Yu Hong pondered on how to enhance and modify it, he ordered the dragon lizards to start patrolling the black light at set points and times. These dragon lizards primarily fed on red value radiation. In times of need, they could directly consume black disaster monsters as their main diet, making them very easy to maintain. Soon, using the materials transported from the New World, Yu Hong set up array talismans throughout the black light, combining the Wind and Fire Slaughter Spirit Array with the Ziwei Chaotic Star Array selected from the Taoist sect world. He managed to raise the defense system to a higher level, transforming the previous basic physical defense system into an overlapping defense system that could strike both spiritually and physically. As the black light navigated through, it quivered throughout its hull, and a faint dark red trace silently flashed across its surface. Following that, various faint red, strange patterns began to appear all over the hull, along with symbols representing the magic of the Taoist sect system. Standing in the main control room, Yu Hong observed the ship's body and nodded slightly. The new hybrid array shall be called the Black Light Array. It just needs inner strength infusion every 30 days. As long as the array remains intact, no monster can board and attack. Not bad. He slightly adjusted the ship's body, reducing the pseudo-camouflage aura effect of the Black Light Array somewhat. This was a feature that came with the ship before the base defense was integrated and worked well. Once weakened, the presence of various black disaster monsters in the surrounding Black River, far stronger than the previous small fish and shrimps, quickly awakened. They sensed the entry of the black light. Swoosh! Instantly, the first powerful monster burst forth from the water. Yu Hong took a closer look. It was a towering black giant insect, over 5 meters tall, reminiscent of a tick, his old friend, the elephant worm. Moo! The elephant worm roared as it slammed into the side of the black light. Boom! Instantly, a layer of dark red halo radiated from the surface of the ship, where red circuit-like patterns spread out as if to distribute the force of the impact evenly. The halo quickly faded, rendering the impact utterly ineffective. The elephant worm returned defeated, plunging back into the Black River. But its attack was just a signal, and the next moment, poo-poo-poo-poo, countless elephant worms emerged, breaking the water surface, accompanied by pale, long dress-clad figures with black hair appearing out of thin air and flying towards the black light, attempting to board. Xuanpa! Yu Hong squinted, recognizing these advanced-level evil shadows. Xuanpa swarmed in, and at a glance, there were at least 100 of them. They crashed against the dark red semi-transparent array shield on the ship's body and were harshly repelled, leaving behind transient red circuit-like halos. The thudding of the impacts drew Ku-chan and 2 others out from indoors to the deck, peering out. Countless monsters slamming against the dark red, semi-transparent array shield was like looking at a large school of fish bumping against the glass of an aquarium. The overwhelming sense of pressure inadvertently made Ku-chan grip the hilt of his Qi Shao sword tightly. Zhang Kaiying, with a calm expression, watched intently, still holding a game controller in her hand. Yi bit her lip, her body tensed, worry evident in her eyes. Splash! Suddenly, in the Black River outside, there was a sound of a large amount of water being churned. On the river's surface, massive heads, each about 30 meters in diameter, slowly emerged from the water. These heads, without bodies, slowly broke away from the water and floated upward, their skin pale and rotting, with thin black maggots crawling in and out of their eyes, nostrils, and mouths. The massive heads blocked the black light's path on the river. They tightly packed the river's surface, perfectly colliding head-on with the even larger hull of the ship. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuing collisions, the black light's array began to violently shake, with dark red glow patterns being constantly triggered. Yu Hong stood in the main control room, his expression slightly furrowed. This intensity! He noticed that after the appearance of those giant heads, all the preceding black disasters, including the swift beings, had retreated on their own. Clearly, these massive heads were even more formidable monsters. How to assess the specific level of the monsters outside? He pondered briefly, then suddenly raised his right hand. A black giant lizard more than 30 meters in length materialized outside the hull of the black light. It was Agrias. "Go, kill one of the giant heads," Yu Hong ordered mentally. Agrias, devoid of intelligence, directly lunged at the nearest giant head. Boom! It collided head-on with the giant head, which was unaffected, while it rebounded and almost tumbled into the river. The two were similar in length, but the difference in size made it clear they were not on the same level. Instantly, golden electricity flared all over Agrias, and it pounced again, clawing and biting, struggling fiercely with the pale giant head. After watching for a few seconds, Yu Hong roughly grasped the level of the giant heads. War-level monsters? That the black light had attracted so many war-level creatures was unexpected for him. Watching the black light's defensive array on the brink of collapse, Yu Hong roughly calculated the array's defensive limit and promptly activated the stealth function. At the same time, he recalled Agrias. But the giant heads outside had already set their sights on the large ship. Even with the aura concealed, they showed no signs of retreating and instead swarmed toward the ship in dense clusters. Judging by their numbers, which filled half the river's airspace, there were at least 100. "May I take action?" Ku Chan's voice transmission came all of a sudden. "You may. This array allows for actions from inside to outside without interference." Yu Hong replied via voice transmission. "Understood." Ku Chan's voice lowered. The next second, a surge of dark red fire shot up from the ship into the sky. Accompanied by the cry of a giant bird, the firelight condensed into a 100-meter-long flame phoenix, which broke through the array and lunged at the giant heads outside. Upon contact, the giant heads melted rapidly like candles under a flame. "This guy's strength has increased again," Yu Hong thought to himself. It was worth it for him to have specially developed the red food method to delay the onset of side effects. His progress was almost catching up to his own. He, after all, had the trait of continuous Tao breath circulation, allowing for 24-hour cultivation, a prodigious talent. And the Tai Ling skill he was practicing was something he himself was eager to advance in Diana. Yu Hong watched the dark red phoenix circle the ship, effortlessly burning all the giant heads. Then it returned to Ku Chan, dissipated into flames, and merged back into his body. Then Yu Hong saw Ku Chan take out a white pill from the pocket of his Taoist robe, examined it, then stuffed it into his mouth like a jelly bean, and turned to leave. Speechless, Yu Hong continued to steer the black light towards the general direction of the Taoist sect's original location. Although the Black River's course was blurry and shrouded in fog, by using the reference points from Prison Island, the Hope City world, and the New World, he had long determined the region where the Taoist sect world was. Soon after the giant heads disappeared, the black light activated its stealth aura, and thereafter it encountered no other troublesome black disaster monsters. The ship pressed on. The massive turbines below the vessel, irresistible, dragged any approaching monsters into their maw, ground them into mincemeat, then expelled them from the stern, serving as propulsion. Over half an hour later, the black light finally began to slow down. Yu Hong stood in the main control room, carefully observing through the windows. Simultaneously, he began sensing the locations of spiritual auras in the surrounding region with all his might. This time, he didn't intend to return but planned to stay aboard the black light, prepared for a lengthy period, searching the nearby area. After all, his inner strength was virtually inexhaustible thanks to the light disaster. He could recharge the black light at any time. There was also an ample supply of resources on board. This time, he decided to spend some time looking for Quan He, and if truly unfindable, he would directly search for the spirit disaster. The latter was much easier to find since Ku Chan's Qi Shao sword was still a top-tier Dao artifact capable of connecting with the spirit disaster heavenly court. If all else failed, he would have to attempt to communicate with heaven. However, this would also give away his own location to heaven. And so, time trickled by. Yu Hong and the three of them continued circling in this river region. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. By the 5th day, while Yu Hong was using the enhanced moist with liquid in the main control room to aid his training, suddenly, A faint trace of spiritual light flashed across his perception. It was like a lamp suddenly turning on in the darkness but extinguished quickly. Although it was fleeting, Yu Hong recognized it immediately. It was Quan He's spiritual aura response. Chapter 443. I've found it. Yu Hong's face brightened. This flicker was not just about finding something simple, but more importantly, it was proof that Quan He wasn't dead. Although she was taken away by the spirit disaster, she was still alive until now. At this moment, Yu Hong's expression suddenly changed. He bowed his head, rolling up his left sleeve. On his forearm, there was a strange, pale tulip-like pattern. That pattern was slowly releasing a familiar red value aura. This aura, it's that Marissa. He had just clashed with the old crone, and he had a deep impression of her aura. Finally found, huh? Yu Hong's expression calmed down. He had suspected that the old guy had marked him. It seemed he was right. Just right. Probably sensing the recent location of the spirit light. Yu Hong stood up and pushed the door open. I need to handle some things, Ku-chan. Act accordingly on the ship. Wait for my notice. He communicated telepathically. Okay. Ku-chan's figure flashed, appearing on the deck. He glanced at the figure of Yu Hong, seeing him getting ready to step outside the black light array light screen. He immediately said, How long should we wait for you? I won't be back and you won't be able to control the ship. At least an hour, Yu Hong said. The latter words were unnecessary. Ku-chan understood. Can you transfer some control authority? He asked. You just need to enter the main control room to simply control the ship. But the array and other systems, you can't handle them, Yu Hong explained. He had already reached the edge of the railing, in front of that transparent light screen. His figure flashed, jumping forward. Puff! Like rushing through a layer of cold water screen, Yu Hong immediately felt a dense, viscous-like red value radiation hitting him head-on. Red value radiation was like standing in front of a burning stove, that continually spreading heat-like feeling of corrosion, stinging his skin and spontaneously stirring inner strength of the Tai Ling skill to resist the high concentration of red value contamination. Yu Hong's inner strength surged, his foot lightly tapped. Puff! A burst of red inner strength like a fountain ejected from beneath his feet. Using the recoil, he leaped again, lightly jumping high, heading in the direction of the mark on his left arm. Splash! Below his feet was the surging black river, surrounded by spreading black fog. The halo of the black light was quickly left behind, soon disappearing into the black fog. In this entire darkness, it seemed like he was the only one. Yu Hong didn't even encounter a single black disaster monster again. His expression unchanged. He reconfirmed the sensory position of the black light in his mind and continued to emit bursts of red inner strength, then leveraging it to leap forward. Soon, after more than a minute, ahead on the surface of the river, the mist slowly dispersed, revealing a dark small island only about 10 meters in length and width. On this small island, an old crone dressed in a dark purple sequined robe, with neatly combed white hair, and holding a black metal cane, stood quietly on the island, smiling and watching this way. This person was Marissa, whom he had encountered before. I said, You can't escape. Marissa's pale face watched Yu Hong, speaking softly. Do you think I am fleeing? Yu Hong continuously ejected inner strength from beneath his feet, hovering midair. Here, without environmental suppression, I can completely unleash my power. Marissa raised her cane, and in her hands, the black cane with a crisp snap suddenly sprang open, extending, turning into a slender black sword. So, you think that was my full strength last time? Yu Hong from high above narrowed his eyes. Buzz! Suddenly, a huge blue disk lit up behind him, the ultimate sun illusion slowly rotating behind his body. Asterisk. 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 Black light. Ku-chan sat cross-legged on the deck, quietly consuming the elixir. A group of dragon lizards crawled past him, emitting sounds like a snake. He opened his eyes, observing these suddenly appearing strange creatures. Don't you find it strange? Zhang Kaing's voice sounded behind him. Yu Hong is a very strange person. Where exactly did he get these monster soldiers from? And this ship? She slowly walked to Ku Chan's side, softly said, I've heard the people from New World chatting. They didn't help Yu Hong build this ship. It's the same with Hope City with such a large volume. If there was any modification or transportation, no matter what, someone would have noticed. But, so what? Ku Chan interrupted her. This is not your concern. Zhang Qiang fell silent for a moment, then continued. Have you ever thought, if he doesn't come back, what should we do? We can't control this ship, so we can only wait to die here. The Alliance Hierarch will surely have contingency plans. Ku Chan remained unmoved. You really trust him? Zhang Qiang raised an eyebrow. But actually, if you think about it, does he really trust you? If he truly trusted you, why would he bring that fool along? Shut up, Ku Chan said coldly. It seems you. Buzz. The Qi Shao sword instantly appeared beside Zhang Qiang's neck, coming within a hair's breadth of wounding her. You wouldn't dare kill me, he said he would take care of me. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Zhang Qiang's face. Hee hee. Bang! Ku Chan struck Zhang Qiang's left cheek with a backhand slap. The immense force of the slap violently twisted her head to the side, causing blood to seep from her mouth and nostrils. Her head buzzed, and even though her body was enhanced, it couldn't withstand a slap of Ku Chan's caliber. To place all your bets on a person who is so guarded against us, do you really think that's wise? Zhang Qiang endured the pain and continued to smile faintly. Say it again, and I'll cut off your tongue, Ku Chan said coldly. Hee hee. Zhang Qiang didn't dare say more, and could only slowly retreat. Walking on the deck, she wiped the blood from her lips and caught sight of Lin Yi looking out over the railing. Peculiar light flashed in her eyes. The most important person to Yu Hong. Huh? Asterisk. 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 Above the Black River. The blue light of the ultimate sun was like water poured into a hot pan, causing the surrounding river fog to roll and boil. Amid the clamorous noise, the blue of the light disaster and the black of the black disaster clashed and negated each other, forming a huge blue-black ring around Yu Hong. Hiss! In an instant, red inner strength flames ignited on his body, shooting upwards and engulfing him entirely. Even his hair surged upward. Wild red flames, centered on him, distorted the surrounding light. Across from him, Marissa's body rapidly contorted, her back protruding outwards more and more until, with a ripping sound, a row of pale bone spurs erupted forth. Her entire body elongated, heightened, and transformed. Her robe tore apart as countless black scales grew all over her body, and 2 additional pairs of green eyes sprouted on the sides of her face. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a humanoid monster with black scaly armor and 6 eyes. Swoosh! She still gripped the black sword in her hand, holding it horizontally at her side, and with a slight tremble, it emitted a circle of invisible shockwaves. Her silver hair loosened and fell to her waist, flowing as smoothly and beautifully as silver satin. You know, above despair, what is there? Marissa said softly, her voice becoming sweet, young, and with a strange tenderness. You could try telling me. Behind Yu Hong, a towering half-body giant formed, over 10 meters tall. The giant, just like him, also raised its right hand, fingers pointing to the sky. Hiss! A blindingly bright blue light, mingling with his own dark red inner strength, condensed at the fingertip into a slender sword blade. The blade, wrapped in blue and red material, shot straight into the sky, 100 meters long. Hiss! In an instant, Yu Hong slashed downward. The sword blade in his hand also plummeted, severing everything before it. The black mist split into 2, and the blade headed straight for Marissa on the rocky island below. Marissa quickly raised her sword to block. Clang! With a loud sound, the black river water beside her was split, revealing 2 deep, bottomless black ravines. Simultaneously, hundreds of meters of river surface behind her also revealed similar deep black ravines. Unknown numbers of black disaster monsters in the river were completely annihilated by this sword strike. D. Marissa repelled Yu Hong's sword light, stomped her foot, and the rocks beneath her shattered, her figure vanishing instantly. When she reappeared, she was behind Yu Hong, her sword slashing horizontally at his waist. The black sword cut through the blue light flames, breaking the giant behind him, and was about to land on Yu Hong's waist. Just then, a massive fist from the side fiercely smashed onto her sword, emitting a burst of blue light. Bang! Yu Hong, with the speed of lightning, spun and pummeled her with a flurry of blows. With inner strength infused, each of his punches that landed on her black sword carried a formidable decaying property. In just a few seconds, they unleashed a barrage of blue, red, and black sparks in midair. Marissa's black sword began to show signs of rust, but the next second, black mist swirled up, and a robed shadow materialized behind her. The shadow held the black sword and slashed forward horizontally. This strike was entirely different from the previous sword techniques. Yu Hong, before even approaching, felt a chilling horror and swiftly retreated to dodge the blade. Avoiding the blade, he moved forward again, his hands covered in spirit light, and struck fiercely at the side of the black sword's blade. The ultimate sun illusion flared again. Countless blue flames surged forward, mingling with the spirit light. But in the next second, the robed shadow re-emerged beside Marissa, and the black sword flashed as it made a horizontal cut. The blade effortlessly dodged the strike, pierced through the protective body flames, and rushed towards Yu Hong's face. This counterattack was incredibly strange, as if the speed had suddenly increased multiple times, extremely abrupt. Swish! Yu Hong hastily leaned back to dodge the blade, watching as it flashed over him. With a hiss, the ultimate sun illusion behind him was also severed by the sword, blurring before condensing again. Subsequently, for several dozen moves, every 10 strikes Marissa would slash out with the shadow's black sword, which could cleave nearly anything, spirit light, inner strength, or any other substance, into two. It was only because Yu Hong's movement speed was amplified to an extremely high degree by the spirit light, with timely dodging, that he avoided injury from the first strike. Chapter 444. But merely dodging will only make oneself increasingly passive. Half a minute later, Yu Hong, slightly slow in evading, got slashed on his right arm. Blood spurted out, and he quickly covered the wound while retreating rapidly. But Marissa swung her sword blade, continuing to soar in pursuit, sticking closely to him. Both retreated 500 meters in just 2 seconds, leaving behind a trail of airflow indentations on the river surface. In their retreat, the black sword's blade once again neared Yu Hong, slashing straight across his chest. The sword blade slowly accelerated, drawing closer and even closer, causing the skin on Yu Hong's left arm, which was blocking in front of him, to slightly tingle. At that moment, Yu Hong's eyes turned cold. His right eye patch suddenly fell off, revealing another ferocious eye full of black scales. The next instant, purple array patterns stacked upon each other in his eyes began to rotate, releasing purple light. Chaotic God Heavenly Eye. A purple light beam mixed with countless runes burst out from his eyes, hitting Marissa's face at the speed of light. Hiss! Under the enhancement of inner strength and spirit light, a purple spike emerged from the black fog and fiercely pressed against Marissa's face, crashing her from mid-air into the black river. Amid the tumultuous sound of the enormous water current, the purple light slowly faded. Marissa completely sank into the river water, quiet after that. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! Suddenly, with Yu Hong as the center, the black river waters all around splashed up, forcibly displaced. A giant black dragon covered in rotting pustules completely occupied the river channel, bursting out from the water, and snapped at Yu Hong. Roar! The black dragon had 4 wings on its back, its face sporting the same 6 green eyes as Marissa, and one of its front claws, similar to a human's, still gripping a long black sword. She burst out, her dragon's maw filled with serrated teeth, one of those numerous sharp teeth as large as Yu Hong at that moment. At the same time, rings of invisible spiritual fluctuations also automatically spread and oscillated from her dragon body. These fluctuations touched the surrounding black disaster monsters, causing all the creatures to emit terrified shrieks and turn to flee outward. Some monsters too slow to escape only lasted 2 seconds before silently dissolving into black droplets, shooting out and blending from different directions into Marissa's body. The spiritual fluctuation spreading to Yu Hong made his body shiver, but the next moment, his inherent true nature spontaneously activated. Rays of white array patterns briefly appeared on his skin, greatly weakening the invasion of these terrifying spiritual fluctuations. True nature reduces psychic interference erosion up to 40%, and crucially, it absorbs the surrounding fear and converts it into an enhancing force for Yu Hong. It seems our compatibility isn't very good. Yu Hong's body swelled again due to the amplified force of fear, quickly growing to 5 meters. His skin burst, splattering blood, but the next moment quickly healed automatically under the effect of the spirit light. Chaotic God Heavenly Eye. Once again, his right eye lit up with purple arrays, and between countless arrays, a beam of purple light burst out downward. This time's Chaotic God Heavenly Eye, not only enhanced by inner strength and spirit light, also contained the attribute-absorbed fear power. Marissa roared, lunging to bite fiercely at the purple light beam. However, the seemingly fragile purple light was incredibly tough at that moment, preventing her from closing her sharp teeth. The two remained deadlocked in midair. After several seconds, bang! Marissa gave up trying to break the purple light, shook her head, and forcefully swirled the purple light aside, shooting it toward the left river bank. The river bank shrouded in black fog was unknown, but struck by the purple light, it was penetrated and slowly faded like a reflection on water, dispersing, reverting back to dense black fog. Yu Hong seized the opportunity to counterattack, his mind stirring, activating the Chaotic God Heavenly Eye's newly absorbed deceleration field. But the field had barely emitted when Marissa casually shook it off, directly scattering and severing it. Only the pure distortive power belonging to the Chaotic God Heavenly Eye scripture made her quite wary, unable to break it. Unfortunately, he consecutively tried various techniques, but aside from Chaotic God Heavenly Eye enhanced threefold by inner strength and spirit light attributes, the rest had little effect on Marissa. The power of the ultimate sun appeared weak for the first time, its own projection cuts off on the spot multiple times in a row. Clearly, the environment here might be suppressing it too much, hardly allowing much power to transmit. Time continued to elapse. The battle dragged on for hours, neither able to subdue the other. Marissa's black sword could indeed injure Yu Hong, but could not strike decisively. Yu Hong's Chaotic God Heavenly Eye could suppress Marissa, but could only force her back, unable to deliver a conclusive blow. As the fight went on, Yu Hong started to harbor thoughts of retreating. He could not keep wasting time here battling, as time for black disaster monsters represented a completely different concept than for himself. But he was different. Hiss! The last beam of purple light shot out, repelling Marissa. Yu Hong finally stopped entangling and withdrew. Thinking of running away? The giant four-winged, six-eyed black dragon pursued closely, its mouth igniting turbulent black dragon flame, aiming from afar. "This is pointless," Yu Hong said coldly. "Pointless? You think I'm wasting time here for no reason? You think this is just some place?" Marissa laughed. Yu Hong's heart was shocked, and he instantly understood the other party's intention. There are accomplices. One Marissa was already a handful for him to handle, and if another one came, just as he thought about the possibility, suddenly in the distant front of the sky, a slightly blue-colored four-winged, six-eyed black dragon dove down from mid-air, emitting a huge roar. Buzz! The surrounding air began to vibrate, even causing countless tiny particles of river water to jump and steam up a light mist. Yu Hong's eyelids twitched wildly. This four-winged, six-eyed black dragon of exactly the same form made him have some bad associations. Immediately, he rapidly retreated, his eyes bursting with purple light that transformed into spike-like beams, shooting straight at Marissa. Thinking about running? Catch him, Ryan! Marissa blocked the purple light with her sword and laughed loudly. Eat him. and we can extend our recognition by at least 100 years. Roar! The blue-black giant dragon roared again, and from a distance, it opened its mouth to spew a thick blue dragon flame. Hiss! The dragon flame, as wide as tens of meters, looked like a massive column chasing after the retreating Yu Hong, continually moving forward. The dragon moved its mouth much faster than Yu Hong could retreat. In just a second, the dragon flame caught up to Yu Hong, engulfing him completely. This was exactly the gap after the release of the purple light from the right eye. In the booming sound, the blue pillar of dragon flame fell on the river surface, burning and steaming the water into a large amount of black mist, enveloping the surroundings. Amidst the hissing sound, at the core of the flame, crack, a brittle cracking sound suddenly drifted out.
Siling godre alma per pure lotus divine fragrance.
A sharp female voice spread from the center of the fire pillar. The next instant, the center of the entire dragon flame rapidly extinguished as if something was swiftly absorbing the flames. Marissa and the other black dragon Ryan that followed felt a stabbing pain all over their bodies and hurriedly retreated. The next instant, the blue dragon flame in their view completely extinguished, replaced by a giant golden lotus spanning hundreds of meters in diameter, covering all the surrounding river channels. Every petal of the golden lotus was like a sharp blade, spinning at high speed and releasing blinding golden light, piercing through all the surrounding black mist. Something's wrong. Suddenly realizing something, Marissa did not retreat but advanced, enduring the severe pain as she pounced towards the golden lotus, her side flickering with a shadow while the black sword slashed forward. Dragon flash. Hiss! The blade landed right on the golden lotus, producing a sound of gold striking iron, unable to cut through. Ryan! Help! Soon the other giant dragon also pounced forward, attempting to bite through the golden lotus, but instead, its own mouth was cut and bled by the counterspikes. By this time, Yu Hong was no longer in his original place. He had already quietly departed from behind the golden lotus, walking on water toward the black light. Looking at the broken square jade pendant in his hand, he sighed in his heart. This was originally given to him by Quan He as a life-saving Tao artifact, and though he thought he would never have the chance to use it, after all, his strength was now so great that ordinary people could not fathom it. But he didn't expect that he would still need it. Putting away the fragments of the jade pendant, he raised his hand to examine the imprint on his arm, which had been completely washed away by the power of Quan He when the golden lotus appeared. I thought I was nearing Quan He's strength, but it seems I'm still much weaker than her. No wonder she is the strongest in the Taoist sect world. Feeling the golden lotus firmly blocking the two giant dragons' pursuit behind him, although it was slowly breaking apart, it looked it could still block for a few more minutes. For fighters of this level, being blocked for a few minutes was rather remarkable. He sprinted following the sensations in his mind. Before long, a giant ship slowly sailing through the black mist finally appeared ahead. Swoosh! Yu Hong leaped up, plunging into the protective light of the ship. He just entered and took a long breath, feeling all the external aura and red value being blocked outside. The slight sense of crisis in his heart also quickly faded. But the next second, he thought of something. The target of the black light is too big. It can't continue sailing here. Even with the golden lotus blocking, this distance is too close. We must find a way to hide. Without any hesitation, he quickly went to the main control room, steering the ship towards the direction where Quan He's spirit light had flashed before. But not long after. Bang! The black light crashed into the riverbank of Black River, unable to continue forward. Yu Hong and Ku Chan among others were startled by the impact and came out to look towards the riverbank. Outside the ship, a grayish-white riverbank stretched into the misty distance. It was impossible to see how deep or judge if this was an ordinary island. The grayish-white color of the riverbank surface, all made of broken white bricks, reflected the faint luminescence from the ship, showcasing its color. You're injured? Ku Chan came out at this point and finally saw Yu Hong's state, clearly surprised. Just a minor injury in the source disaster. Anything is possible, Yu Hong calmly replied. He put the eye patch back on, covering his right eye. The person I need to save may be deep here. Yi stays behind to look after the ship. Ku-chan, Zhang Kaiying, are you coming with me? He turned to look at the two. I will go. Ku-chan did not hesitate. Following Yu Hong was to enhance his strength as much as possible. Staying on the ship without the red food method to cultivate was pointless. I am going too? Zhang Kaiying was the surprised one. I promised your father to take care of you, Yu Hong replied. Chapter 445. This is called care. Zhang Kaiying couldn't help but blurt out a curse at this moment, but mid-sentence, under Yu Hong's gaze, she recalled the pain of being beaten previously and instantly knew to shut her mouth. Understood. If she kept blabbing, the scene from before might be replayed. Seeing her acquiescence, Yu Hong nodded and exchanged a glance with Ku-chan, beginning to communicate through whispered transmissions. Soon after finding out about Zhang Kaiying's little movement from Ku-chan, Yu Hong pondered for a moment. Find a chance to dump her later. Leave her outside? Not kill her directly. Ku-chan transmitted with surprise. Don't be so impulsive. I promised her father to take care of her. Yu Hong frowned. What if she finds her way back? Ku-chan frowned as well. This is Black Disaster Black River. Who knows if the one who comes back will be her? Yu Hong said. He originally wanted to keep Zhang Kaiying as a research subject, but now with Marissa's threat possibly closing in at any time, to reduce the burden and hidden danger, it was better to first try dumping Zhang Kaiying out. If she survives, it means there must be something wrong with her, and then she can be cut down. If she doesn't survive, then when he returns, he'll just burn more incense for old Zhang. He has done his best in taking care of her for so long. It'd be a good resolution. As for seeking out Quan He had just tested his strength and found that he still fell short of Quan He. Even Quan He was taken away by that giant hand. With his current strength, he fears he'd be killed instantly as well. He couldn't rush things. Yu Hong's initial thoughts had changed after establishing his power level. He decided to further strengthen his methods against the spirit disaster before taking any action. From the chaotic god Heavenly Eye, the newly enhanced right eye ability in such a short period of time already surpassed the effects of the long-practiced Tai Ling skill in actual combat. This efficiency was indeed strong, also showing that his previous approach was indeed effective. Having established his plan, Yu Hong left the main control room to see Zhang Kaiying standing next to Yi, whispering something to her. Let's go, we can set off. A twitch tugged at the corner of Zhang Kaiying's mouth, not daring to say more. She could only follow Yu Hong and Ku-chan, climbing down the hanging wooden ladder cast off from the ship's side. Click. Yu Hong walked at the front, the first to step onto the grayish-white gravel road, his brows immediately furrowing slightly. The touch underfoot was extremely hard. The hardness of these stones was a bit beyond his expectations. He bent down, randomly picked up a small stone and squeezed it with his hand. Click. The stone remained intact. Instead, his own skin was squeezed into a deep imprint. Buzz. Spirit light enhanced his palm, this time finally eliciting a muffled put sound. The stone was crushed on the spot, turning into stone powder. He looked sideways at Ku-chan, who was also conducting the same test, and was discarding the stone fragments from his hand. Be careful, this place might not be simple, Yu Hong said gravely. My sword is trembling, Ku-chan transmitted. Spirit disaster, heavenly court, huh? Yu Hong nodded in understanding. The Qi Shao sword was still connected to the current heaven. Therefore, the sword's reaction signified that they had not found the wrong place. This area was indeed closer to the spirit disaster. The trio followed the grayish-white gravel road deeper towards the riverbank. 100 meters. 200 meters. The surrounding black fog gradually began to fade, replaced by strands of familiar gray fog. There's someone. On the right. There's someone. Suddenly Zhang Kaiying called out in warning. Yu Hong and Ku-chan hadn't even noticed someone near them. They both startled and turned their heads to the right. They saw that from the fog on the right side of the road, an old gray carriage was slowly emerging. The horse in front of the carriage, with a dull gaze dragging the carriage, seemed like a corpse, utterly lifeless. At the side of the carriage's rear, A small girl in a gray dress with black hair was sitting at the open door. The girl had a bright red apple in hand, which contrasted starkly with everything around her. The girl's eyes were empty, seemingly noticing them too. She showed Yu Hong and the others a sincere yet strange smile. Glug glug. The carriage's wheels slowly carried the girl into deeper fog. From beginning to end, the girl's gaze followed the trio, smiling, sitting by the door motionless. Until the carriage vanished into the fog, Ku Chan gradually relaxed his body. That carriage? There were people sitting inside. They gave me a very strong sense of oppression, he transmitted. This is Black River. Inside Black Disaster. Don't act recklessly before others make a move. Yu Hong gently spoke. The other two nodded and continued to keep up. Yu Hong led the way forward. After about another 200 meters, on the left side of the road, a brown pavilion started to slowly appear within the gray fog. The pavilion had a yard in front. In the yard, two kids with ingot-shaped hairstyles, white and chubby, were quietly looking at Yu Hong and his companions through the open courtyard door. They wore smiles on their faces, stone still, like sculptures, yet their eyeballs slowly followed them. Outside the courtyard, on the grayish-white open space, stood an elderly Taoist with white robes and white beard. The Taoist's eyes shone with silver light, carrying a brownish-red wooden sword on his back facing the pavilion, motionless. His attention seemed completely focused on the pavilion, oblivious to the appearance of Yu Hong and his companions. The pavilion is being radiated by Black Disaster red value, and that Taoist is a spirit disaster, Ku Chan quickly transmitted. Yu Hong nodded without changing his expression and continued moving forward. Passing through the courtyard and attic, the Taoists and children all disappeared into the thick gray fog, vanishing from sight. Gradually, as they kept moving forward, more and more buildings emerged in the surrounding fog. Most of these buildings were various types of residential complexes, with their main doors wide open, revealing crowds of pale-skinned people with strange appearances either standing or sitting inside. And on the outskirts of these crowds were corresponding monsters emitting the spiritual fluctuations of the spirit disaster. Some of these monsters were Taoists, others were soldiers in silver or golden armor, but they were not dragon men, they were purely human soldiers. As the trio passed by, these individuals paid them no mind but instead concentrated on guarding the pale crowds inside the buildings. After moving forward for more than 10 minutes, finally, the gray fog ahead began to turn white. Within the thick white fog, a giant circular portal over 30 meters tall slowly came into view, floating right in front of them. The edges of the giant circular portal were decorated with vine, bead, rui, and various mythical creature patterns, and at its center was a white swirling halo of light. "Are we going in?" Zhang Kaing whispered on the side. "Of course," Yu Hongdao replied, gazing at the white circular portal as he slowly approached. "This must be the entrance to the spirit disaster. According to their previous position in the Dao My World, this should have been the entry to the Dao My World. But now, did the Dao My World get devoured?" Yu Hong speculated in his heart. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Kaing. "You go first." Zhang Kaing's face froze, not daring to talk back, and could only move forward, step by step towards the circular portal. Then she stepped into it. Hiss! The next second, she shattered into particles of white light and disappeared without a trace. Just as she entered, Yu Hong and Ku Chan simultaneously and tacitly flashed back, retreating rapidly. Covering a distance of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, the two quickly returned to the original landing spot of the black light. Without hesitation, they boarded the ship, started it, and left. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Elsewhere, deep within Black River, at the bottom of the thick, Black River water, Marissa and Ryan stood apart, both with hands slightly open and mirroring each other's actions as if summoning something. Finally, at the riverbed, a black circular archway silently and slowly opened. The gate was positioned right between the two at the bottom of the river. Inside the gate, a creature resembling a humanoid withered tree in dark green color slowly walked out of the black gate, bent at the waist, tremblingly moving as if it might fall at any moment. It was draped in a thick black robe and trembled as it walked, seemingly ready to topple over at any moment. "Marissa, Ryan, is it you, calling for Holy Tower? Erosion is being obstructed," Marissa replied with her head lowered. "We're unable to fulfill our duties as messengers. That is your affair. You should not have awakened me prematurely. This will only waste my cognition," said the tree creature discontentedly. "Alone, our strength is not enough to complete the erosion. We need the power of the giant trees," Ryan answered. "If we cannot fulfill the erosion task within the designated time, when the mother tree starts to spread seeds and devour worlds, unpredictable consequences might arise." Marissa followed. "How many tens of thousands of years? No one has resisted the mother tree, just as no one can cut off the spread of seed," the tree creature replied. "But there are now those who resist by introducing the light disaster," Marissa said. "I was repelled, and had Ryan not arrived in time, perhaps." "Light? I understand." The tree creature sighed, turned its head, and reached back into the gate, extending its hand, and gently pulled out a black seed. It spread the seed in its palm and then gently blew on it. Boo! The black seed cracked open with a snap, and in its palm made of countless tree branches, it quickly took root, sprouted, and grew black tendrils and tender leaves. In less than 10 seconds, a black dandelion, shimmering with silver light, grew in its palm. Whoosh! The tree creature blew again. The myriad of silver seeds from the dandelion scattered with the wind, spreading far into the distance in the river water. Those dispersed seeds floated like silver snow, drifting high and low, going further and further away. "Go!" It sighed softly. "My most beloved children, go find the root of the obstruction to the erosion." A great number of dandelion seeds flew out of the river, rising into the fog-shrouded half-sky, and quickly took root and germinated on their own. The mist then caused them to swell and enlarge in the blink of an eye, transforming into brown plant creatures over 5 meters tall. These plants had thick roots that they used as legs, and branches for arms, flailing about. They moved and flew like humans, wandering throughout the black fog, searching. At the bottom of the river, the tree creature retracted its hand with satisfaction. "That will do, Marissa. Once you find the target you cannot resolve, I will deploy the giant with troops to handle it. And as a price for waking me prematurely, I will claim half of your harvest." "Of course, my lord," Marissa said, bowing humbly. "May Holy Tower protect you." The tree creature nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 446. On the black light, Yu Hong was turning the ship, accelerating away in another direction. "Where are we going now?" Ku Chan asked quietly by his side. "We need to find a place to hide for a while. That top-tier black disaster monster we fought earlier has its sights set on us. We can't go back, we mustn't lead the danger there," Yu Hong replied. "But this is the Black River. The enemy knows this place better than we do. If we hide here, we can't possibly shake it off," said Ku Chan. "Do you think there's any way to stop them?" Yu Hong obviously knew this. "We find other source disaster entrances to enter, or locate a land of vitality to temporarily avoid and conceal our presence," Ku Chan offered, clearly having considered options beforehand. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes, about to respond, when suddenly, in his perception, in the gray mist behind them, faint, distorted human figures emerged from obscurity. He didn't know what was behind them, but as those twisted figures drew closer, a strong sense of danger suddenly rose from the depths of his heart. "Something's behind us." Ku Chan also sensed something. His expression grew more solemn. "It's okay." Yu Hong took a deep breath. "We're here." Abruptly, he twisted the helm. Bang! The entire black light took a sharp left turn, charging abruptly into a gray mist area on the left. Strangely, as the immense black light moved into the mist, it quickly vanished without a trace. All signs and presence dissipated. Behind them, the dandelion tree ants that were rapidly catching up all stopped mid-air, staring into the deep gray mist, and didn't advance any further. In a short time, all the Traiants made way. A withered tree person draped in a black robe slowly floated out of the mist, Marissa and Ryan following behind him. The three of them looked at the gray mist together. Then they raised their heads and looked up at the sky above the mist. The face was motionless, completely occupying every part of the sky. "It's the Spirit Disasters area," the withered tree person said gravely. "Still chasing?" asked Ryan. "There's no time left. The second phase of the Eternal Night is about to arrive. If we don't hurry and prepare for the ultimate sun's arrival, this cycle's accumulation won't be enough," replied the withered tree person. "You don't want to be abandoned by the Holy Tower, becoming one of those indistinct beings outside, do you? It seems we can't completely ignore them. We lack the strength to hold them back," Marissa said. "I will let you have one of the huge trees," the withered tree person said, "guarding here as soon as they come out." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the gray mist, as soon as the black light entered, it began to rock slightly. Below, the black river water was gradually turning into a mercury-like silver color. The three huddled in the main control room, staring at the endless gray mist ahead, all with heavy expressions. Plop, plop. The sound of water slapping against the ship's hull kept coming. With each slap, the defense array on the black light's surface fiercely flickered. "We can't even withstand the turbulence of the river water in this place," exclaimed Ku-chan urgently. "Haven't we found a safe spot yet?" Almost. Sweat beads were now also appearing on Yu Hong's forehead. He was exerting all his spirit light inner strength into the ship's body, supplying the black light's defense system to ensure it didn't collapse. The black light formation was fine for handling common levels of danger once activated, but in a situation that required full force, all-around protection like this, the ship's self-contained energy would be depleted in just over a dozen minutes. "Look! What is that?" Suddenly, E pointed at the starboard side of the bow and shouted. The two men hurriedly looked, only to see a white light in the mist slowly brightening from darkness, growing stronger. Very soon, after a dozen seconds, boom! A vast wave of white light came crashing over, engulfing everything in sight, completely swallowing the whole black light. All three of them screamed in alarm, feeling the surroundings shake violently, as if they were on a roller coaster, being violently thrown up and then slammed down. The great black light tossed about in the white light's surge, like a tiny toy, shaking, tossed up, and falling. "Ang!" Suddenly, a clear crane's cry rang out. Yu Hong struggled to maintain the ship's defenses, feeling dizzy and head throbbing. Suddenly, he saw a new silver halo in the middle of the white light wave rapidly expanding and approaching them. The halo was also wide enough to cover the entire field of vision, at least several thousand kilometers across. Quickly, the halo approached at high speed. Then it smashed harshly onto the black light. Boom! With a loud noise, the black light was hit squarely by the wave, tossed and thrown into the air. The defenses of the black light formation on the ship flashed wildly with crimson circuits, trying to stabilize the defense system. Still, some corners were forcefully struck, creating cracks and breaches. Many containers and goods in the storage rolled out, breaking their securing straps, scattering all over the place. "Ah!" The silver halo emitted a crane-like cry once again, sweeping quickly across the vessel and then receding into the distance. As it did so, the black light violently crashed down, landing back on the silvery surface of the river, throwing up a vast spray of silver water. Huff! Yu Hong let out a long sigh of relief and turned to look at Ku-chan and Yi. Even Ku-chan, usually so formidable, now had his whole body tensed up, a look of bewildered stupor on his face. Yi, in contrast, was simply dazed and took a seat on the floor, hugging a column tightly. "What was that thing just now?" Ku-chan slowly relaxed his tense nerves and asked in a low voice. "I don't know." Yu Hong shook his head. The silver light surge just now was already far beyond his comprehension. If one were to say that Quan Hi's spiritual intensity could peak at 80 or 90 million, Then the silver surge just now was like countless Kwanhees loosely piled together and then, like building blocks, dumped towards the black light. It was just a simple dump, but the impact nearly caused the defensive array of the black light to crumble. Perhaps it's some kind of natural disaster deep within the spirit disaster. Yu Hong hadn't finished speaking when suddenly the mist ahead fiercely dissipated. The whole vessel broke free from the mist, as if it were diving in and out of a waterfall cliff. Below, the silver waters of the river also disappeared in the blink of an eye. The whole body of the black light shot out from the cliff, suspended in the air, floating lightly, completely absent of the turbulence from before. Not good. Yu Hong felt something was wrong. His expanded senses detected the situation, and he immediately energized the black light formation with all his might once again. At this moment, the view ahead of the bow suddenly cleared. What appeared before the three of them was an expansive, pristine white cloud sea. Above the cloud sea was an equally white sky full of clouds. The scenery was pure and beautiful, but in the clouds of the sky, there were gigantic brass hands stretching straight down from above, reaching into the cloud sea to grab something before retracting back. Seen from afar, the dense brass giant hands were like endlessly stretching and contracting heavenly pillars, appearing and then disappearing. And right now, one of these brass giant hands was opening its 5 fingers and reaching down towards the black light. Boom! The giant hand shot straight down, grabbing hold of the black light along with other miscellaneous dark objects, then retracting back towards the sky. The immense pressure compressed the black light formation, the tremendous force far surpassing the formation's load-bearing limit. It was like an ocean against an egg, not something that could be compared at the same level. Yu Hong's resistance under this mighty force essentially crumbled upon contact. Even the apparition of the ultimate sun could not sustain half a second before declaring dissolution. Bang! Suddenly, the array cracked and collapsed, and many parts of the black light's newly reinforced body were brutally burst apart. Inside the main control room, the three of them lost all balance, the world spinning around them, unable to tell up from down. Yu Hong initially poured all his strength into the array, but once he realized it was unsustainable, he decisively withdrew his power, grabbed the Dizzy E, and threw himself towards the door leading into the safety chamber within the main control room.
Kuchan!
Get in! He shouted telepathically. Got it! Kuchan, barely maintaining a passive technique for protection, struggled towards the entrance of the safety chamber. The three quickly grabbed each other, opened the door, and rolled inside. Thud! With the safety chamber door slammed shut firmly locked behind them, the terrifying external compressive force was significantly weakened. Huff! Huff! Yu Hong gasped for breath as he stood up. Although the safety chamber was still shaking, it lacked that terrifyingly oppressive force that permeated the air. The simple shaking was mere child's play to them. I'm injured. Kuchan leaned against a wall on the side, clutching tightly at his rib area. What happened? Yu Hong frowned, his inner strength on his feet to stabilize himself as he walked over. I tried to thrust a sword outward, to fight against the trouble. But Kuchan extended his right hand, and in his palm, all that was left was a dark red sword hilt. The entire blade of the Qi Shao sword had snapped off. That hand out there, it seemed to have an absolutely solidifying control power. Just one encounter and the Qi Shao sword. Kuchan clenched his teeth and said. Yu Hong lifted the robe in front of him to take a look, and there was a fragment of the blade's edge stuck in his ribs. Immediately, Yu Hong reached out and swiftly grabbed it, and pulled. Splat! Blood sprayed out, splattering across his face. Spirit light quickly covered the wound, constricting blood vessels, tightening muscles, patching up the skin, and stopping the bleeding. Rest and recover. It doesn't look like there is any other contamination, he whispered lowly.
Kuchan nodded.
That hand felt very similar to the one that caught Elder Quan He back then. We'll investigate that later. Now! He turned his head to look at Yi. Yi was unharmed, merely dizzy from the violent shaking, lying on the ground and not daring to move. He went over to examine her body, confirmed that Yi was not injured, then stood up and slowly moved to the observation window of the safety chamber amidst the shaking. Looking out the window, most of the exterior of the black light had already vanished. Only less than 1/3 of the vessel remained, connected to the safety chamber, and was rapidly falling. The gray-white thin clouds continued to drift up through the cracks below with the airflow, like white ribbons. "We're falling." The main control room seems to have broken off from the main body of the black light. Yuhong shouted loudly. "How are we going to get back?" Kuchan was a bit dazed. With the savior ship destroyed and them still falling deep in the source disaster, were they not doomed? "It's okay if I'm here. Don't be afraid." Yuhong was initially flustered for a moment, but with the black mark on him and the safety chamber stocked with plenty of supplies, they could sustain for a long time, so he quickly steadied his emotions. Just then, the safety chamber, along with the remaining part of the vessel, finally crashed heavily into the cloud sea below. Boom! The clouds dispersed, and the cloud sea, like a substantial ground, supported the safety chamber, completely smashing the last bit of the black light, turning it into fragments that scattered in all directions. From this moment on, the savior ship became a thing of the past, leaving only the numerous times reinforced safety chamber intact, rolling a distance on the white cloud sea before gradually coming to a halt. Chapter 447. Above the cloud sea, the detached safe house resembled a nondescript gray-black goose egg stone. A thin layering line ran through the middle of the stone, which rolled a few times on the ground and then came to a halt. Other than that, there was nothing particularly special about the safe house. Even the viewing window was disguised by reinforcements and an array as a dark little gap. The only problem was that this was the cloud sea, and there were no stones on the ground at all. Cough, cough. Inside the house, Yuhong slowly got up from the ground and looked around. Some corners of the safe house were also a bit deformed, but at least its hardness and toughness had withstood the test. Even the black light had not managed to withstand being squashed, yet the safe house still functioned. It was worth his effort to reinforce this house whenever he had time. "Kuchan-e," he called out twice. Kuchan came out from under a pile of overturned bedding, blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth, struggling to stand upright. "I'm still okay. I'm fine too." Curled up into a ball, rolled out from the fireplace, her body covered in black. At the last moment, she had thought of a good idea. "That's good." Yuhong sighed with relief, his body drained of inner strength and spirit light. The inner strength of Tai Ling's skill, which normally automatically linked to the ultimate sun, had now completely lost its supply, leaving only a little to maintain basic physical abilities. The same was true for the spirit light. Without the supply from the light disaster, the intensity of the spirit light had drastically reduced, even fading to nearly invisible. By the looks of it, this place should be deep in the spirit disaster. Yuhong said, "I'm no longer able to recover my inner strength and spirit light." "I'm the same." Kuchan nodded. "But unlike Dao breath, the inner strength cultivated by the red food method is fine. This method mainly enhances, forcibly and simply boosting both body and spirit without external aids, using only one's own stored energy. For now, we'll have to rely on you," Yuhong said, sensing the rich environmental spiritual fluctuations here. "Okay." Yuhong stood up, went over to the scattered instruments and wooden frames, and quickly found a blackish detector. Beep. He pressed the switch. "Still working, that's good." Pressing the detection button again, there was another beep. The LCD screen of the device displayed the current environmental spiritual value. 2421.784. Exclamation point. Yuhong's expression changed slightly, his eyes widening. "What the hell? Is it broken?" He tapped the detector, suspecting there was something wrong with himself. Even if they had entered the spirit disaster, the value was too high, completely different from inside the black disaster. Unless there was a monster nearby. But the next moment, he remembered something, quickly turned around, and walked to the viewing window. Looking out from the window, one could see that the array had already been automatically activated, forming a complex net of white light, protecting the safe house all around. His heart somewhat reassured. Following the viewing window, he continued to look further into the distance. The pure white cloud sea was like a plain, extending outwards to the edge of his vision. And at the end stood a cluster of white, magnificent ancient palaces. Is that a palace? Heaven? Kuchan squeezed over from the side and also saw the view outside the window. I don't know, let me check. Yu Hong focused his eyesight, having already strengthened his vision several times, and quickly zoomed in on the distant scenery. His gaze crossed the vast white cloud sea and quickly landed on the outer walls of that cluster of palaces. To the left of the wall stood a tall, sword-shaped white gate. The gate was like a sword planted upside down in the ground, with the center of the blade forming the seam and the hilt above forming the frame. A golden, ornate plaque hung on the frame. The plaque was inscribed in the night language. North Heavenly Gate, he murmured softly. It said that heaven has 4 great heavenly gates in the east, west, south, and north, each guarded by different great emperors. The south heavenly gate is the front of heaven. It seems we've come to the back of heaven.
Kuchan spoke gravely.
Great emperor? You mean, apart from the immortal generals above Kaijing Taoist, there are also great emperors. Yu Hong was not familiar with the myths of heaven in the Dao Mai world. If he had more time, he might have familiarized himself with all this information, but now, he could only learn the details through Kuchan. Exactly what you referred to as Kaijing Taoist should be called the myriad colors immortal in the ancient books, Kuchan said. He coughed a few times and let go of the hand covering his wound. The myths of heaven have been circulating in our place for a long time. Now that I compare carefully, I find that everything perfectly matches the descriptions in the myths. This could not be a coincidence. Tell me more, Yu Hong said as he sat down leaning against the gate. From the bottom up, I'll start with the most common heavenly soldiers, Kuchan continued. After heavenly soldiers, there are heavenly generals, also known as silver-armored snake-head generals. Then the dragon-head generals, three-eyed dragon-head generals, myriad colors immortal and myriad intentions god, immortal generals, the immortal generals with titles in the myth, followed by great emperors, and finally the heavenly emperor above the 4 emperors. So, according to the myth, above the immortal generals there are titled immortal generals, great emperors, and heavenly emperor 3 ranks? Yu Hong asked. That's how it's divided in the myths, but the immortal general we encountered before, the primordial spirit myriad mountain immortal general, might actually have been a titled immortal general taking action out of tier, Kuchan said. Can the source disaster also take action out of tier?
Yu Hong exhaled.
Since it's confirmed that top-tier source disaster monsters have intelligence, isn't it normal for them to attack beyond their level? Kuchan spoke calmly. Indeed. What do we do now? Rest and recover. Do not go outside until our strength is fully restored. Yu Hong glanced outside the window. This place is not safe. Going out with weak strength is simply seeking death. Our Dao breath inner strength is recovering too slowly here, and the supplies.
Kuchan frowned.
The supplies are enough for the 3 of us to last several years, Yu Hong said. All compressed food and water are stored in the boxes in the basement. Let's do as you say.
Kuchan nodded.
I'll try first. The red food method you taught me is not affected here. Let's see if it can help to recover Dao breath. Are you now practicing it concurrently? Yu Hong asked. Yes, if the red food method can completely surpass my primary cultivation technique, I will then completely abandon the current one and switch, otherwise it affects the strength too much, and moreover, the spirit light secret skill cannot be recovered here, which is a significant impact, Kuchan stated honestly. In fact, the drawback of spirit light is also revealed here, which is its excessive reliance on the connection to the ultimate sun. Essentially, spirit light constantly absorbs nutrients from the life of external things to transmit to the ultimate sun, and in exchange, gains the infinite power of the ultimate light disaster. Otherwise, the small amount of power people who master the spirit light secret skill cultivate could not possibly support the exaggerated power they display. Once they arrived at a place where the connection with the light disaster is severed, spirit light is cut off, instantly reverting everything back to its original state. All boosts disappear. Even for Yu Hong and Kuchan, their strength falls more than a notch. After all, with spirit light, The boost's intensity was already beyond ordinary levels. Even consistent power enhancement for both of them is equivalent to an enhancement of dozens of times. Stop thinking. Tidy up the stuff, eat and rest a bit. Yu Hong pulled the cover over the inspection window. I'll adjust the array to camouflage the situation here. This safe house is too conspicuous. All right.
Kuchan nodded.
He quickly went down to the basement to tidy up the recently scattered supply boxes. I need to use the restroom, Yi suddenly said from the side. Yu Hong was startled, suddenly realizing this serious issue. He used to live alone in the safe house, so he used a portable toilet, covered it after use, and just dumped it outside whenever he needed. But now, with 3 people in the safe house, He looked at Yi, whose face was flushed and was clenching her legs together, wiggling, clearly unable to hold it much longer. Go to the other basement, close the door, and use the toilet, Yu Hong said helplessly. Okay. Yi looked around, picked up a pack of tissue from the ground, and ran to the other basement. There are 3 basements in total. The first one is for training, the second one is for storage, and the third one is the main control energy room. She went to the first one used for training. It seems setting up an air purification array is quite essential, Yu Hong sighed. He stretched out his hand, pressed it against the wall, trying to activate the enhancement function of the black mark, but there was no response. He then remembered that the black mark was still enhancing the moist wood liquid, and it would still be 3 days before it's completed. 3 days. It seems quiet here. Let's wait and see for now. Yu Hong sighed, began to tidy up the scattered items on the floor, chairs, and tables. After several minutes, he sat down again and began to check his body. Not checking might have been better. Upon checking, he got a shock. His inner strength left in his body was minimal, barely maintaining the cultivation technique automatically operating in his body. This was for the purpose of maintaining minimal flow for Tao breath circulation traits. Besides, spirit light had completely dried up, and there was no spirit light transmitted from outside, clearly indicating complete isolation from it. Yu Hong felt his own body, apart from a still strong physique. Only the recently practiced chaotic god Heavenly Eye Scripture inner strength was intact. This technique from the Sky Wish sect, similar to the red food method, also does not rely on external substances, focusing only on the internal self. The more strength accumulated, the more it uses. Once used up, it needs to be accumulated again. Only, without the boost from spirit light, the power of the chaotic god Heavenly Eye Scripture will surely be greatly reduced. This time, the strength loss is quite substantial. Yu Hong never thought that after detaching from the light disaster, his own strength would plummet so much. He took out the detector and pressed it against his temple. Beep. The LCD display on the detector showed his current spiritual value, 21839. So weak. For the first time, Yu Hong felt his own weakness. Without the boost from spirit light and inner strength no longer constantly protecting his body, his current status, aside from a strong physique, had spiritual value only over 20,000. This might be strong among ordinary magicians, but in the Tao My world, even the 7 evils could easily crush him. Back to the state where whoever acts first gets wiped out. He sighed, sitting on the chair until Yi finished using the restroom and washed her hands, and started helping to tidy up. He took out moist wood liquid and continued to cultivate the chaotic god Heavenly Eye Scripture. Without the connection to the ultimate sun, he couldn't practice Tai Ling skill, couldn't use spirit light. The only technique that could be practiced unaffected was this eye skill. As he began to practice, Kuchan, after sorting out the food, also started rigorous cultivation. Both entered into a secluded cultivation state. Leaving Yi alone with nothing to do, she started cleaning the safe house, checking for any damages. Soon, waves of chill penetrated the house, and the temperature dropped to below -10 degrees. Following Yu Hong's instructions, Yi turned on the nuclear reactor, and the heat cycle began. The temperature inside the safe house was as warm as spring, and the 3 of them thoroughly entered a peaceful state of cultivation and recovery. Chapter 448. Time ticks by slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Snap. Yu Hong enters the main control room alone and closes the door behind him. E. Keep an eye on the entrance for me, and report anything unusual immediately. Understood. E's voice comes from outside. Yu Hong glances at the nuclear reactor, which has now transformed into a large silvery gray can, with numerous silvery gray pipes extending outward from its surface. One of the main pipes even has E's skirt and underwear hanging on it. He averts his gaze, reaches into his pocket, and pulls out a bottle the size of an egg. This is the enhanced moist wood liquid. Since it was freely enhanced, he isn't sure what effects it might produce. Previously, with Ku-chan and E around, it wasn't convenient for him to take it out. Now, under the pretext of checking and maintaining the main control equipment, he finally has the chance to examine it thoroughly. Accompanying the small bottle, there is also a white paper instruction manual. As before, Yu Hong picks up the manual and glances over it. Icena Golden Ancient Tree Juice. This product is collected from one of the 5 golden ancient trees in the Elf Empire of Icena, specifically the tree sap from the tips of the branches. It greatly enhances eyesight, nourishes the eyes, and permanently grants multiple enhancements. For first-time users, one of the following effects can randomly be gained and solidified. 1. Gain single-layer material X-ray vision. 2. Gain a passive talent Strong Strike. Strong Strike significantly increases accuracy with all ranged weapons. 3. Gain the Call of the Elf Ancient Tree, creating a healing aura with a radius of 100 meters around the user. Staying within the aura for 1 hour heals all minor injuries. Staying for 2 hours heals all moderate injuries. Severe injuries cannot be healed. 4. Receive a substantial enhancement in the practice of Chaotic God Heavenly Eye Scripture. 1 drop of the original juice satisfies the energy needs of any layer below the 6th layer of the Chaotic God Heavenly Eye Scripture. Yu Hong's eyes lock onto the last option. Relying on luck again? No wonder it took over 3 days to enhance. These effects are truly hit or miss. However, he doesn't use it immediately. Instead, he stretches out his hand and gently places it on the wall, silently intending. Enhance the security facility. Direction. Improve stealth camouflage functionalities. A black mark flashes on the back of his hand. Feedback comes quickly. Enhance the security facility? A countdown also emerges on the wall. 2 days 11 hours 07 minutes. Yes. Yu Hong confirms without any hesitation. Shortly after, the wall flickers, and the countdown begins to emit a faint red glow, starting the timer. He sighs in relief and finally takes out the eye drops. They should be called Golden Tree Juice now, he observes the bottle. The previously standard eye drop bottle has turned into a pure translucent crystal bottle the size of an egg. The bottle is filled with a beautiful, faintly glowing pale gold liquid. It appears to have a high viscosity. As he gently shakes it, the liquid flows slowly, clinging to the glass. Gently unscrewing the cap, Yu Hong aligns it with his right eye. Soundlessly, a drop of golden liquid falls into his eye socket. Sizzle. Instantly, a golden halo radiates from his eye, swiftly spreading outwards, illuminating the surrounding area by over a meter in gold. The golden glow continues for several seconds before slowly dimming and extinguishing. A warm, comfortable sensation envelopes Yu Hong's entire right eye. Simultaneously, the black mark provides timely feedback. You have gained the trait, Call of the Elf Ancient Tree. Yu Hong sets down the bottle and notices that all of the golden ancient tree juice inside has turned colorless, losing its previous golden hue. He pours some out and sniffs it. It's just like water, clear and without any peculiar smell. Only usable once? What a loss! He checks the manual again. This Call of the Elf Ancient Tree primarily produces a healing aura that spans 100 meters, effective in treating minor to moderate injuries. Isn't this just a healing aura? Yu Hong is somewhat disappointed. What he most wanted was the final effect, a targeted enhancement to the Chaotic God Heavenly Eye Scripture. Never mind. A healing aura isn't so bad right now. With a thought, a streak of gold flashes across his right eye. In the next instant, a golden ring of light, centered on his right eye, rapidly spreads outward, passing through the walls and quickly covering the entire security facility. But after covering the entire facility, Yu Hong inwardly commands it to stop. Indeed, the golden aura stops just at the boundary of the security facility, not expanding any further. Ku Chan, who is washing clothes at the moment, feels a warm sensation heating up the wound on his chest. He puts down his cloak, stands up, and checks the wound on his body, surprised to find the wound visibly closing, knitting, and healing. A wound as long as a finger disappears completely under his gaze in less than 5 seconds. What is this warmth? Yi also rushes up from the basement, looking around for something. It's me. Yu Hong steps out, calm. I've been studying an array that can heal injuries and restore health. I've just successfully set it up in the security facility. No need to be alarmed. Ku Chan and Yi looked at each other in shock. However, as the alliance hierarch of the Spirit Light Alliance, it was true that Yu Hong often brought out some strange artifacts and was researching arrays and runes. Therefore, this explanation was plausible. How long do we still need to stay here? Ku Chan asked. Either we explore the way to heaven, or we find a way to retreat and leave this place. Staying put is not an option. I am already repairing it. Don't worry, as soon as the whole safe house recovers its mobility, everything will be easy to handle. Or did you think you could withstand that kind of big hands grasp if you went out? Yu Hongdao said. Can we have a specific time? Ku Chan asked. Wait a few more days. I am going to strengthen the safe house's concealment abilities to avoid detection. I've already started making adjustments and enhancements. Yu Hongdao replied. All right. Ku Chan sighed softly. I'll go cultivate. Ku Chan, you haven't finished washing your clothes, Yi reminded from the side. Ku Chan's footsteps paused. Then he turned to sit on a small stool and continued to wash his cloak. Yi then began to prepare an upcoming dinner for the three of them. Canned vegetables, canned beef, and heated instant rice. Everything was ready-made. She just needed to boil water for a seaweed and rib soup. In just a few days, everything had become orderly under her arrangement. Yu Hong didn't look further but walked to a peephole, slightly pulling open a slit to peer outside. Outside, the distant palaces of heaven were still silent, as if devoid of life. But there was a change in the nearby cloud sea. A huge immortal crane, with a body covered in silvery white, was standing to the right side of heaven, bowing its long beak to peck something below. This immortal crane was unbelievably large. Each time it lifted its head from the cloud sea, its beak was filled with densely packed, squirming black creatures. Yu Hong, with better eyesight than before, noticed at a glance that those black creatures were all black giants, struggling frantically. The black giant's limbs extended out of the bird's beak, twisting madly, trying to break free. But with a tilt of the giant crane's head, they were gone. Suddenly, dozens of black giants were swallowed whole. This place. Yu Hong watched with a startled heart. Although in his current complete state, he could play with black giants as toys to kill, they had just arrived here for a short time to encounter such powerful creatures. And most crucially, he was in a very poor state. The Tai Ling skill could not absorb Light Disaster's power, and the Spirit Light secret skill was virtually crippled. If he encountered this creature, he would probably only be able to rely on the safe house to take a hard hit. Pitter-patter. Suddenly, a sound of raindrops came from outside. Yu Hong slightly adjusted his viewpoint and looked upward. Above the cloud sea of heaven, it was now faintly permeated with a tinge of gold. Countless golden raindrops showered down, hitting the ground. Bam! Suddenly a drop of golden rain hit the safe house. The entire safe house shook violently, as if struck by a powerful beast. Yu Hong, looking at the peephole completely covered by the golden liquid, blocked, could no longer see what was happening outside. He sighed, completely closed the peephole and returned to his chair. He finally began to practice the Tai Ling skill. Since they had already reached the depths of a spirit disaster, he openly planned to supplement the spirit disaster part of the Tai Ling skill to balance the subsequent layers of cultivation techniques, to avoid the dominance of the light disaster. After completion, he could continue to break through further. After practicing for a while, Yi woke him up to have a meal together. While Ku Chan did the dishes, Yi also discovered the golden liquid on the window. She curiously scooped up a full spoon of it. What is this? Why is it gold? I don't know. It's rain from the spirit disaster. It might not be something good, Yu Hong warned. Should I throw it away? Yi obediently extended the spoon out, ready to dispose of it. Wait! Suddenly Yu Hong thought of something, stood up, and walked over. He took the spoon and carefully observed the golden liquid inside. The liquid was very clear, not very concentrated, and seemed no different from regular water. The color being gold was the only exception. He fell silent and then dipped his finger lightly into the spoon. At the same time, he ran the tiling skill. The method to cultivate the remaining source disaster in the tiling skill was the same as before, needed to be practiced from the beginning, the first layer, one more time. However, since he had already experienced the first cultivation, the second round would be much faster. Ultimately, to train the second type of source disaster power to the sixth layer and maintain parity with the tiling skill of light disaster would balance the effects. Yu Hong had just started practicing the first layer. As the cultivation technique turned, suddenly with the tap of his finger covered in golden water, a strong aura of spirit disaster radiation surged in. The power of the spirit disaster was not as chaotic as that of the black disaster, but it was mixed with countless spiritual fluctuations of the spirit disaster's main bodies. If the radiation energy of the black disaster could be considered as ink, then the radiation energy of the spirit disaster would be a pile of crushed stones, containing many kinds of spiritual will, none compatible with each other. Luckily, at this moment, Yu Hong's realm in the tiling skill was already very high, making this easy to resolve. He forcefully suppressed the mixed wills in the golden rain with his own spiritual fluctuations, crushing each one, then absorbed them bit by bit using the tiling skill. Before long, the golden liquid on Yu Hong's fingertip gradually diluted and disappeared completely. His eyes faintly brightened as he felt the tiling skill within him begin to swell once again. Although it was only the inner strength of the first layer, and moreover, this time the inner strength was different from before. Previously it was dark red. Now it was light gold, just like the rainwater. Additionally, apart from the inner strength of the tiling skill, there was also a strangely wonderful and cool energy, like silken threads, emerging from nowhere within his body. As soon as this force appeared, it caused the golden divinity lightning on Yu Hong's body to stir violently. Chapter 449. Several minutes later, Yu Hong grabbed a spoon and gulped down all the golden rainwater from inside it. Hiss! Golden mist steamed out of his mouth and nose as his tiling skill circulated rapidly within him. With powerful spiritual fluctuations and physical prowess, he activated his cultivation technique to fully absorb and digest the golden rainwater, transforming it into the first layer of inner strength for his tiling skill. Beside him, Yi watched blankly, not understanding what was happening, but she quickly reacted, found a basin, and began collecting the golden rainwater pouring outside in large amounts. After filling the basin, she rushed back to Yu Hong's side, spooning the water to him spoon by spoon. Yu Hong accepted each spoonful without refusal, continually absorbing the rainwater. 5 minutes later, a flash of golden light enveloped his body, and he finally ceased his actions. No need for more now, he murmured lowly. Oh, he nodded. How are you feeling now? Are you okay? She asked with concern. Very good. Better than ever, Yu Hong replied, because just moments ago, he had successfully recultivated the first layer of the tiling skill and completed the recultivation of the spirit disaster power. He began cultivating the second layer. According to previous comparisons with the tiling skill, the value of the fifth layer's spiritual fluctuations just correspond to the 7 fierce level in the Dao Mai world. But because of the amplification of the spirit light secret skill and the enhancement of physical qualities, that's why the power far exceeds that of the 7 evils. Given that the light disaster possesses special spirit light secret techniques, I wonder if spirit disaster might have them too. Till this point, Yu Hong had felt completely drained of inner strength, which caused him some unease. But now, having successfully absorbed a large amount of spirit disaster radiation, his thoughts changed. Cultivating here and replenishing his Tai Ling skill would be twice as effective with half the effort. Only by adapting to and utilizing the power here could he better explore this place and seize the opportunity to rescue Quan He. Aside from this, he discovered that his golden divine nature from his moon god bloodline was, in this place, like a sponge starved for water, frantically absorbing the energy from the golden raindrops of spirit disaster radiation. A sensation akin to a seed quietly germinating was slowly rising from the depths of his heart. Yu Hong could also distinctly sense that his body was undergoing some sort of special change here. He guessed that perhaps his moon god bloodline had always been dormant, and it was only here, with an ample supply of spiritual energy for nourishment, that it truly began to fully awaken. "I'm fine now. You can go ahead with your things," Yu Hong comforted Yi, who was still worriedly watching him. "Oh." Yi, reassured by his confirmation, reluctantly turned and kept looking back as she went to tidy up the bowls and utensils. Her only pleasure now was in doing these miscellaneous chores. Since she couldn't grasp cultivation techniques and other complex tasks were beyond her, she could only do simple tasks within her capabilities. Thus, they endured the dullness for several days. The trio, like camping, lived in the safe house which was like a caravan in the wilderness, spending their days cooking, cultivating, meditating, sleeping, and repeating the cycle amidst the deep reaches of the spirit disaster. Finally, the enhancement of the safe house's camouflaging and concealment ability was nearly complete. But trouble was fast approaching. Thump, thump, thump. A giant and sharp black beak relentlessly approached the safe house. With each landing, it pecked and gulped down a great deal of disorderly debris from beneath the cloud sea. That immortal crane, whose size was at least thousands of kilometers in scale, was strolling around, pecking and feeding, and drawing ever closer to the safe house. Whoosh! The viewing window was drawn shut. Ku Chan retracted his gaze from the outside, his expression grave. "Is there any way out? I don't think we can withstand that immortal crane creature's pecking. Just the mental pressure it emits is suffocating. It would have been better if Zhang Kaiying were still here. It's my fault." Yu Hong frowned. Ku Chan exchanged glances with him, instantly understanding. If Zhang Kaiying were still here, they could have knocked her out to draw the creature's attention away from the safe house. But now they had nothing. "Don't worry, I'll figure something out." Yu Hong checked the safe house's array conditions. The entire structure quickly came into full view in his mind. The outer stone walls mainly consisted of reinforced hardness and toughness, while the outermost layer had a compound array. The basic camouflage capability was the result of this layer involving the white stone array and the wind and fire slaughter spirit array. However, the efficacy of these arrays was very basic, merely able to barely hide the exterior color and shape. Even to Yu Hong's senses, it felt quite crude. Thump, thump. The immortal crane's massive, heavy footsteps slowly encroached. "I'll head to the main control room," Yu Hong said hastily. "Forget it, Alliance Hierarch, I'll go. You two take the chance to run." Ku Chan suddenly spoke up. Yu Hong had just turned towards the main control room's door when he heard Ku Chan's decisive voice from behind. He turned around in surprise. A flash of red, and Ku Chan had already charged out. The door was shut behind him with a backhand. Yi, still stunned, stood in place, uncomprehending what had just occurred. By the time she regained her senses and discerned the words, Ku Chan had already charged a significant distance away. "Aang!" A loud, dark red phoenix cry surged to the heavens. In the blink of an eye, Ku Chan flew out hundreds of meters, his body erupting with a vast amount of dark red flames, while in his hand the hilt of the Qi Shao sword concentrated a full force of fire light, unleashing his strongest technique against the gigantic immortal crane. Boom!
A loud explosion.
Centered around him, a dark red flame ignited across dozens of kilometers. Even for the vast immortal crane, this massive burning area seemed merely like a small fire pit, highly conspicuous. "Go!" Ku Chan suddenly transmitted a roar. His body's dark red light surged once more, and a vague, black and red, giant phoenix phantom loomed behind him. It wasn't the previous heavenly venerate, but a pure outline of a gigantic phoenix. Buzz! He soared up into the sky, accompanied by the giant phoenix outline, pulling along the immortal crane, and flying towards the direction away from the safe house. Yu Hong and Yi stayed at the observation window, watching his fleeing figure, speechless for a while. The next second, Yu Hong suddenly thought of something. He dashed towards the main control room. Entering the underground control room, the first thing he looked at was the countdown on the wall. Oh, 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes left for the enhancement. Hang in there. He closely sensed the spirit light lingering on Ku Chan, which was rapidly moving away from them. Suddenly, the spirit light he was sensing disappeared. The spirit light belonging to Ku Chan, just at that moment, vanished completely. It was as if it had been isolated by something, disappearing instantly from Yu Hong's senses. Yu Hong's gaze darkened, but thankfully he did not sense the retrieval of Ku Chan's spirit light, which meant he was not dead. At that moment, the countdown on the wall ticked again, reaching 1 minute. Yu Hong had never felt a minute to be so long. He never expected Ku Chan to bolt out so decisively. With the current terrible state they were in, even he did not have time to stop it. Another brief wait. Click. Finally, the countdown on the wall hit 0 and disappeared. At the same time, the outer layer of the entire safe house flashed briefly and became blurry. Then, a layer of white mist rapidly emerged on its surface, which looked identical in color, material, and detail to the surrounding cloud sea, appearing as a slowly moving cloud. Simultaneously, all traces of the safe house vanished in that instant, as if it had been completely covered by an insulating membrane. Awoo! The white giant immortal crane casually pecked and shattered the flaming phoenix before stepping on the cloud sea, shaking the ground with each step and returning nearby. It shook its head, puzzled as it looked in the direction of the safe house, seemingly searching for something. But after searching for a while with no findings, it eventually casually strolled off towards another area. Phew! Inside the safe house, Yu Hong and Yi both breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Hong picked up the manual that had appeared after the recent enhancement. This enhancement, referencing Vice Sect Hierarch Ning Sang's mobile palace, heavenly curtains, exterior camouflage coating. It can autonomously adapt and generate camouflage coatings to match the environment. After the enhancement, it can reach the Sky Wish Sect's basic first-class concealment standard. Basic First Class hides visual and olfactory presence, masks certain spiritual radiation scans, causing misdirection to relevant sensing creatures, but does not provide much concealment against tactile and auditory perception. Not very strong. Yu Hong felt a tightness in his heart. The strength of this concealment seemed not as potent as he had imagined, but on closer thought, considering the enhancement process took only a few days and the safe house was so large, it was unlikely to achieve any better effect. Fortunately, just now they were lucky. That giant immortal crane wasn't a monster with exceptional sensory abilities. Otherwise, they might have really been in trouble. Watching the giant immortal crane pass by the safe house and peck its way into the distance, Yu Hong took a deep breath and carefully sensed Ku Chan's location. Only now, upon intense concentration, did he barely catch a faint breath, weak spirit light, slowly moving towards them in waves. Secure the door. I'm going to pick up Ku Chan. Okay. Yu Hong quickly opened the safe house's main door. The cold, breathless wind poured into the room. With a burst of speed, harnessing his powerful physical body, he charged 200 meters within seconds, precisely arriving at the area from where Ku Chan's senses were emanating. On the pure white cloud sea, Yu Hong looked around, activating golden currents on his body, inherent to the moon god bloodline. Soon, behind a raised hillock of cloud vapor, he found Ku Chan, bloodied and barely alive. He rushed over, picked the person up, and ran back. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The safe house's main door was precisely opened by Yi, who had been keeping watch. The two rushed through the door. Bam! The door quickly shut. All was silent once again. Yu Hong stopped in his tracks and gently laid Ku Chan down on the ground. The guy looked dazed, His body was like a wrung-out cloth, covered in wrinkles, almost all blood drained, and his skin was deathly white. Under normal circumstances, such injuries would have been beyond saving. But the faint golden glow from Yu Hong had already started to work silently as he approached Ku Chan. At this moment, the wounds on Ku Chan's body and the wrinkles were rapidly disappearing before the naked eye. The pallor on his face also gradually began to show a hint of rosiness. But this recovery only lasted 10 seconds before quickly halting. Chapter 450. Ku Chan's injuries had stabilized, but it seemed the aura had reached its limit for the time being, and the healing effect had abruptly stopped, completely ceasing. Yu Hong didn't know the principle behind it, but it looked like the guy's injuries were stable, so he felt relieved. He estimated that for a full recovery, one would likely need to wait for a full hour, as stated in the manual. "Hey, wake up!" He patted the other person's face. "I seem to have a strong will to live." Ku Chan opened his eyes drowsily, his voice weak. "It's good you're not dead. Rest well. In the future, don't be so impulsive. We have other alternative plans." Yu Hong sighed. He could have easily distracted the huge immortal crane by sending out Agrius, or have the Moon God's faction, which was part of the spirit disaster, go instead. Even if the loss of these summonings wouldn't be as easy to recover from as living people going. "It doesn't matter. I wouldn't have lived much longer anyway." Ku Chan lay on the ground with his limbs spread out, his gaze serene. Yu Hong didn't know how to comfort him, but indeed Ku Chan's distraction had been crucial this time. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether the huge immortal crane could really have been led away by the summonings. "The camp's camouflage array is now activated. That immortal crane probably hasn't discovered it and has moved away from us. Don't worry, everything is fine now," he said softly. "Good." Ku Chan lay on his back, allowing Yi to lift him with one hand and place him on the bed, wiping the blood from his face. Yu Hong couldn't stand it any longer, and he reached out to pat Ku Chan's body. Buzz. Instantly, a circle of Tai Ling's skill inner strength flowed into him, easily rushing out from the pores, perfectly carrying away all the blood. The blood flew out, congealed into a mass in midair, and was lightly tossed by Yu Hong into the trash can. "Don't worry, I've already solved the basic energy problem, and the camouflage array is also activated. Next, we can move slowly as well," he exhaled. He was once again reminded of the convenience of infinite inner strength. Although the spirit disaster mode of the Tai Ling skill had only reached the second layer, it was hard to ignore the high concentration of spiritual energy here. The air itself was filled with thousands of spiritual power value. Just a little use of the spiritual energy Tai Ling skill, and the next second it was fully replenished by the clear outside energy, restored to full. "It's solved, that's good." Ku Chan didn't understand these things, but since Yu Hong said it was solved, he finally felt at ease, and after being fed some water by Yi, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at him, Yu Hong felt somewhat of a headache. "I can tell now, this guy has somewhat of a self-destructive tendency. A madman who is fearless with his life, harsh on others, harsher on himself. Yi, when you have time, keep an eye on him for me. If you notice anything wrong, tell me," he instructed. "Oh," Yi nodded, looking puzzled. Seeing her also puzzled, Yu Hong knew he had thought too much. Although Yi was trustworthy, for complex issues, she might really not come in handy. Feed him some good food. Let him rest for a while. Next, let's not go out and simply navigate the camp to explore this place," Yu Hong said. "Okay." After instructing her to not drown Ku Chan while feeding him water, Yu Hong went back to the observation window. He pulled over a stool and sat down. Outside the window, the huge white crane had reached a place where giant hands constantly grasped downwards. The immortal crane adeptly avoided the hands, moving with exceptional proficiency, obviously not its first time doing so. Without watching further, Yu Hong sensed the safe house that had finished strengthening. With the enhancement of the camouflage ability, the mobility of the safe house was also restored. The control method was very simple. It was a matter of a thought linking to the safe house light sphere in his mind. Then, it was as if holding onto a joystick, moving in whichever direction he wanted. It was no different from driving a bumper car. Click. Above the cloud sea, the safe house that looked no different from other clouds began to move slowly towards the direction of heaven, inch by inch. The moving speed was as slow as a person going for a walk, very slow, but the movement was also very subtle. Unless one got very close, it was impossible to tell it was moving. Click. Yu Hong accelerated slightly, and the safe house immediately made a more noticeable friction sound, prompting him to quickly decelerate, resuming the previously slow pace. Maintaining this speed, Yu Hong waited for Ku Chan to heal while also practicing the spirit disaster tiling skill. Time went by day by day. The safe house continued moving steadfastly and slowly towards heaven. Before long, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Yu Hong had enhanced the camouflage ability of the safe house again, upgrading it to the basic secondary strength of the Sky Wish sect. At the same time, Ku Chan had also recovered to the point where he could get up and walk slowly, and began to self-administer medicine and spiritual practice, accelerating the recovery of his body. How long will it take to reach the North Heavenly Gate? Inside the house, Ku Chan stood behind Yu Hong, both looking out the observation window. Within the pure white cloud sea, the towering giant white heavenly palace was already within reach, soon approaching the outermost edge of the building. According to our current speed, about 3 more days. How's your recovery? Yu Hong turned and glanced at him. It's okay. Ku Chan held the red food method alchemy he had stored earlier, popping the pill-like sweets into his mouth. To be honest, I'm actually quite curious about what it's really like inside heaven, he said in a relaxed tone. Perhaps it's the dwelling of all the immortal gods of heaven? Said Yu Hong. It feels like most of them have no consciousness, not like they're living a normal life like ordinary people. Ku Chan shook his head. Then they're all like the divine statues in Taoist temples, sitting motionless, only moving to attack when someone approaches. Yu Hong said again. This is good. If it's really the case, the safety of our exploration will be quite high. Ku Chan smiled. What I'm worried about now is that if we're discovered by the monsters in this place again, it will be disastrous. Don't worry. I've optimized the safety house's camouflage and concealment ability once more. It's a lot stronger than before and should be fine, Yu Hong said with a slight confidence. I certainly believe in the Alliance hierarch. It's just... Before Ku Chan could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed, staring intently outside the observation window. Not just him, Yu Hong's expression also changed dramatically. He stood up and looked outside the observation window. Because at that moment, in front of the observation window, there was a white-robed old Taoist standing on the cloud sea, who had appeared at some unknown time, quietly watching their safe house. The old Taoist with neatly tied white hair and a long white beard reaching his belly, although sparse. He had a wooden hairpin inserted on his head and was carrying a long rectangular silver-gray box on his back. His arms were tucked into his large sleeves, and his robe made a faint sound as it rusted in the wind. Without any sign, the old Taoist shifted his gaze away from the safe house and calmly walked towards a small house on the outskirts of heaven. Outside the North Heavenly Gate of Heaven, there were still sparsely scattered houses of various sizes. Like a village, they were scattered sporadically, situated above the cloud sea. The elder was heading to one of these houses. Who? As the elder left, both Yu Hong and Ku Chan let out a sigh of relief. In this place, at this very location, any monster they could encounter might be extremely powerful. Moreover, their current state was without the boost of spirit light, causing a significant decrease in strength. Yu Hong estimated that he was now just a level above the Heavenly Master level, while Ku Chan was in a worse situation, having fallen back to the Heavenly Master level. However, his original foundation was high, and he did not rely on spirit light to the extent Yu Hong did, so his fall was not as drastic. In such a state, unless absolutely necessary, they would definitely not want to be discovered by any of the natives here. It seems that the safety house's camouflage is not very sufficient. Let's stop here and not move, and after optimizing it a bit more later, we'll move forward. Yu Hong said with a grave voice. Can it still be optimized? Ku Chan asked in surprise. Yes, But it might take a long time, Yu Hong spoke solemnly. A long time. We've come this far, we can't return without achieving anything, Kuchan said calmly. Good. Yu Hong glanced at him and nodded. This time, he intended to improvise with materials on the spot to enhance the safe house's fortification. The previous strengthening of the safe house had mostly been him casually stacking new materials on top. But here, Heaven's strength had clearly far exceeded his estimation. Therefore, it was necessary to increase the cost-effectiveness of the enhancements as much as possible. However, if we need stronger enhancements, we'll have to find something from outside for analysis as a sample, Yu Hong said. I'll go, Kuchan said without hesitation, stepping forward and grabbing the doorknob. Wait, let's try other safe methods first. Yu Hong quickly grabbed his forearm. This guy really thought he was invincible. What methods? Yu Hong's thoughts moved. Agrias. Immediately outside the safe house, a black mist giant lizard over 30 meters long materialized out of thin air. But just as it appeared outside the house, Agrias's body started spewing dense gray smoke, as if it was being soaked in some kind of strong acid that could corrode it, and its size began to shrink rapidly. Go! Yu Hong was slightly shocked and quickly commanded Agrias to rush to the nearest gray-white house. A distance of about 300 meters, Agrias flew, shrinking continuously along the way, and its 30-meter-long body soon shrank by more than half. When it reached the doorstep of the house, it was left with only about 10 meters in length. Bang! It turned into a black mist and slipped through the door gap. After about 3 seconds, the black mist surged out of the door gap and hurriedly returned to the safe house. By the time it returned to the doorstep of the safe house, Agrias was only a little over a meter long. After regaining its form, the once mighty and powerful giant lizard spat out a piece of white stone, then silently dissipated, vanishing. Crack! Yu Hong quickly opened the door, snatched the white stone, and retreated back into the house. Slamming the door shut, he let out a sigh of relief and looked at the white stone in his hand. The stone, like strong acid, continuously burned his skin, sizzling. Kuchan couldn't help but step back a few steps. Such intense spiritual ability radiation. He had now begun to simplify mental suppression fluctuations as spiritual energy, following Yu Hong's example. But it's very chaotic, Yu Hong said. He looked at the white stone. It was continuously emanating at least 1,000 dense spiritual fluctuations. Clearly, it was conglomerate with the mental wills of at least 1,000 living beings. All the wills were expressing pain, anger, despair, and other negative emotions. However, it's enough for the optimization analysis. Yu Hong stood up and quickly walked to the main control room. You guys go ahead and eat first. Don't wait for me. Dropping a remark, he closed the main control room door, immediately placed the white stone on the ground, pressed his hand to the side of the floor, and included the white stone in his thoughts. Fully enhance the safe house's camouflage and concealment abilities. Chapter 451. Black lines quickly flowed into the ground from the back of Yu Hong's right hand. Soon after, a feedback inquiry rang out, and at the same time a countdown appeared as well. 41 days, 3 hours, 07 minutes. That long. Yu Hong hesitated for a moment, then immediately replied with confirmation. Having experienced the destruction of the black light, he had realized that against the source disaster, making oneself undetectable was the best strategy. Because the power of the source disaster was limitless, opposition would only lead to chaos. To use one's limited strength to fight against the infinite source disaster was pointless. Hiding and covertly infiltrating to investigate the situation was the optimal approach. He now suddenly understood why the True Origin sect had built the Savior ship. A ship infused with the vitality of the Black Disaster could indeed play a far greater role than using the same power to fight the Black Disaster. In order to find the land of vitality within 100 years and to find a solution for Prison Island, it was very necessary to spend some time strengthening a sufficiently concealed safe house. With the confirmation of the strengthening, the countdown commenced. The safe house came to a complete stop in this part of the cloud sea that was close to the North Heavenly Gate. Time flowed day by day after confirming the strengthening. Yu Hong devoted himself to cultivating the Tai Ling skill. On the 13th day, he successfully entered the 3rd layer. On the 20th day, he entered the 4th layer. On the 30th day, he entered the 5th layer, matching the progress of the light disaster Tai Ling technique. At this point, all of his strength except for the spirit light secret technique had returned to normal. And on the 40th day, Ku Chan, who had been in charge of healing and observing the situation, noticed something here. This old Taoist, I've noticed that he appears once every 10 days and stands in the exact same spot for 34 minutes. Then he enters a house, and when he comes out, he brings a small black jar with him, said Ku Chan, standing in front of the observation window, pointing out the motionless white-bearded elder to Yu Hong. Besides, each of his actions and steps is as precise as if measured with a ruler, exactly the same as before, he added. Do you think he has discovered us? Yu Hong asked in a deep voice. I'm not sure, but I feel something is wrong here, answered Ku Chan. Even the most precise person cannot repeat exactly the same action, walk the same path, or take steps of the same width without any variation. Therefore, I'm doubtful whether these spirit disasters that seem to talk, move, and attack are really living people. Whether they are living people or not, we came here with only one purpose, to find Quan He and rescue her, Yu Hongdao said. Now that his Tai Ling skill had returned to the 5th layer and followed the path of spiritual energy, it greatly increased his spiritual strength. His previous spiritual value of over 20,000 had now increased to over 100,000 due to cultivating the Tai Ling skill akin to spiritual energy and was still growing. This was still far from the limit of the 5th layer of the Tai Ling skill. Senior Quan He's spirit light signal. I also sensed it twice before. It's only about 2 to 3 kilometers away from here, said Ku Chan. The key is that it's inside the North Heavenly Gate. We must not rush things and should approach the situation gradually, said Yu Hongdao. After returning to the 5th layer, his perception also expanded a lot under the significant increase in spiritual strength, regaining a bit of the feeling when the spirit light was amplified. It must be known that when the spirit light was present, he could reach the staggering level of tens of millions. His spiritual value was extremely terrifying, but now he could only sense it very cautiously. While they were discussing this, suddenly, a noisy sound of drums and music came from outside. The sound was like that of many people playing ancient instruments such as gyukins, zither, war drums, pipas, etc. The sound was sonorous and powerful, carrying an atmosphere of the battlefield. Yu Hong and the others quickly rushed to the observation window to look out. In the vast white cloud sea outside, at that moment, there was a procession covered in golden light, carried by 2 golden dragons, surrounded by a group of golden armor-wearing 3-eyed dragon men, slowly descending from the sky and heading into the North Heavenly Gate. Strangely, as soon as the procession landed, it disappeared with a fizz. Could that be the convoy of some big shot from here?
Yu Hong spéculated.
Once they entered, they disappeared. There must be some highly advanced spatial isolation array laid out inside, said Ku Chan. Perhaps we could try getting closer.
Yu Hong mused.
After returning to the 5th layer of the Tai Ling skill, his cultivation progress resumed the previous pace much slower. He didn't need to cultivate all day long anymore. Is it feasible to move the safe house directly in? He asked. I don't know. Let's try it. Yu Hong released his inner strength from the Tai Ling skill, covering the entire safe house. He now suspected that he had activated the moon god bloodline in his body, and the moon god was very likely connected to the heaven here in myriad ways, or even possibly part of it. In that case, he might be able to use his own aura to mask the aura of the safe house. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. The black mark strengthening finally came to an end. This 41-day strengthening period could definitely be considered as one of the longest strengthening times that Yu Hong had ever spent. He arrived at the main control room a bit earlier, closed the door, and quietly waited for the final moment. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yu Hong adjusted his breathing while staring intently at the changes in the safe house. Clap. Finally, the countdown ticked to 0 and disappeared instantaneously, and the entire safe house also blurred for a moment. The white stone used to calculate the enhanced items on the ground vanished as well. The next second, the security house camouflaged as clouds completely lost any last vestige of sound and tactile flaws. It became somewhat translucent. There seemed to be no other noticeable changes inside. He picked up the instruction manual with some confusion, and even as the owner, he didn't feel much of a difference. He could only check what was recorded in the instruction manual. This enhancement, referencing the principles of operation of the Sky-Wish Sex light shifting chamber, has isolated sound and touch, and the original array has been enhanced into a light shifting array. Light shifting array integrates all the original camouflaging arrays, significantly enhances stealth effects, and gains an isolation state. Isolation state. When the security house is stationary, it will be in an isolation state. In this state, all energy fluctuations, sounds, and touches are absorbed and stored. The outside world will perceive it as unperceivable, untouchable, unheard, unseen, and odorless. Note: 1. When environmental changes are extremely drastic, the light-shifting array's isolation state cannot be activated. 2. The isolation state will continuously absorb all perceptible energies, which has its limits. An hour later, after absorption is full, it must find a place to release everything that was absorbed previously. The specific manifestation will be a huge sound wave, smell, presence, etc., that far exceeds normal. Isolation state. Seeing this feature, Yu Hong knew that this enhancement was indeed a major improvement. As for the after effect of absorbing isolation, isn't it equivalent to an hour of absolute stealth? As for the release, just find a spot to empty after an hour and then immediately find a place to hide. With no gaps, Yu Hong immediately stretched out his hand again to touch the wall of the security house, beginning to further enhance it. Enhance the strength of the security house's outer walls to the limit. Moments later, Yu Hong walked out of the main control room looking drained, as if hollowed out. His expression was weary, and his breath weak. This time he had re-injected all his inner strength into the reinforcement, so the consumption was naturally much greater. The enhancement time was still about a month, like the last time. Ku Chan and Yi were playing checkers at an empty space on the first floor. It was a game of drafts. Every move from Yi was pondered over for a long time before she moved. At this moment, seeing Yu Hong come out, she suddenly stood up with an "ah!" and accidentally knocked over the chessboard, which clattered over, leaving Ku Chan sitting there in silence, slightly shaking his head and simply closing his eyes in meditation. "Yu Hong, you look pale. Are you all right?" Yi quickly approached, wanting to reach out to support Yu Hong. "I'm fine, the optimization is done. Now we can try to see if we can enter the North Heavenly Gate," Yu Hong said gravely. He wasn't sure how strong the effects of the Sky-Wish Sex array would be, but they had to try. Upon hearing this, Ku Chan also opened his eyes and got up. "Isn't it too dangerous to attempt it all at once? Maybe I should try first." "Of course we won't be reckless." Yu Hong shook his head and walked up to the observation window. Agrius. As he thought of it, the hard-working and tireless model worker Agrius appeared once again and immediately started to corrode feverishly. Taking advantage of not being completely corroded away, it sprinted, flying straight toward the North Heavenly Gate. From the current location of the security house to the North Heavenly Gate, the distance was just under 400 meters. Agrius flew at full speed, releasing golden divinity electricity all over. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. For seconds. Sizzle. Agrius suddenly charged into the North Heavenly Gate, and before it even hit the ground, it sizzled in midair and burnt to white ashes, dissipating as it fell. Yu Hong was at a loss for words, but he wasn't worried about its resurrection. He had already arranged for Agrius to leave a part of its body tissue in the Heavenly River before setting out, so all that was needed was a bit more time for regeneration. Now that he had infinite inner strength, this consumption was negligible. "It's still not working." Ku Chan frowned on the side. After entering the gate, the burning obviously accelerated. This means that the spiritual energy radiation inside the North Heavenly Gate might be much stronger than outside. "That's the case. No hurry. I'll try again." Yu Hong's expression remained unchanged. He checked his surroundings. Even if he were to force his way through the North Heavenly Gate, oddly there was no one coming out to stop or search them. The spirit disaster army that was imposing and numerously visible before seemed to have disappeared inside, completely silent. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hong pointed a finger outside the observation window. Hiss! Instantly, a black-haired woman in a yellow shirt and white skirt silently appeared beside the security house. The woman kept her head low, her long black hair completely covering her face as if shy. Her feet were hidden under the hem of her skirt, completely unseen. The whole person appeared to be floating in midair. What is this? Ku Chan had never seen Yu Hong using such a method before. This is the Fear Shadow, Yu Hong smiled. You forgot I am the temple master of Qingchen Temple, mainly practicing the Guanwu skill. The precursor to the Tai Ling skill was actually the Guanwu skill, and one of the biggest features of the Guanwu skill is that one must overcome their own Fear Shadow to earn the right to summon it before stepping into the next layer. And Fear Shadow is one of the quite famous symbols of Qingchen Temple. This Fear Shadow, why does it feel a bit strange? Ku Chan scrutinized the floating woman in white skirt through the window. Chapter 452. I'm not sure, but it should be related to the environment here. Yu Hong was naturally not going to say that it was a special Fear Shadow that could only be summoned by the spiritual energy version of Tai Ling skill. After recultivating the spiritual energy Tai Ling skill, it naturally also had a significant impact on the previously summoned Fear Shadow. Since his realm of spiritual will had already reached the required level, there was no need to defeat a past fear again. After all, these were things he had already directly overcome, and there was no longer any fear in his heart. But it seemed to be due to the recultivation of spiritual energy. The current Tai Ling skill, where spiritual energy completely suppressed everything else, led to changes in the summoned Fear Shadow. There is obvious spiritual ability radiation on her. This is somewhat similar to the local spirit disaster monsters. Ku Chan also noticed some details and was surprised. Let's use it to impersonate a spirit disaster monster and give it a try, Yu Hong said with a smile. Immediately, he controlled the summoned Speedman, flashing towards the North Heavenly Gate, approaching silently. Above the cloud sea, in the vast expanse of white, Speedman quickly crossed the vast white area and arrived before the level 9 white jade stairs. Swoosh! In another flash, she crossed the stairs and arrived in front of the gate. The enormous North Heavenly Gate, compared to Speedman, was like the gateway of Giant Country, with just the width of the doorframe being at least 50 meters. Swoosh! Another flash. Speedman crossed the door frame, like a sesame seed, directly entering through the gate. Then she stood still. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 1 minute. She's fine. Yu Hong finally confirmed that the Fear Shadow he had summoned was indeed fine and could move freely inside the North Heavenly Gate. Ku Chan and Yi also sighed with relief on the side. Next, let's return once to check. Yu Hong carefully controlled Speedman to move back. This time it was even smoother. Soon, Speedman returned directly next to the safe house but was blocked from entering by the external array. Click. Yu Hong opened a small gap, allowing her to float inside. I'll go into seclusion to examine her situation. If it's completely safe, next I'll start a large-scale search inside the North Heavenly Gate with Fear Shadow. Don't call me unless it's urgent, Yu Hong said, taking Speedman Fear Shadow back to the main control room. Bang! The door closed. He turned around, watching Speedman, who had floated to the center of the room. Stay still. He issued the command. Then he walked around Speedman. Take off your clothes, he ordered. No response. Speedman remained motionless. Sighing, Yu Hong had no choice but to do it himself. He approached and carefully observed Speedman. This was his first time studying a Fear Shadow so closely. The essence of a Fear Shadow is a tangible form of his most feared memory. Essentially, it was an energy phantom reconstructed from his memory. He reached out and touched Speedman's hair. The feel was very real, indistinguishable from real human hair. Fine, cold, somewhat hard. Then, following the hair, he touched the face hidden beneath the hair. Yu Hong furrowed his brow, surprisingly feeling no facial contours. It was still just the feel of hair. The sensation behind the hair felt like a wall, hard and smooth. There was no nose, no eyes, etc. He retracted his hand, then pinched Speedman's white skirt on the shoulder. The material felt was not at all like the chiffon of a skirt but more akin to the firm and cold texture of flesh and blood. Indeed, this thing isn't the real Speedman, nor a real Black Disaster Evil Shadow, but just a model I imagined, though its intelligence level is somewhat high. But the skirt and body are actually sculpted together, just like a piece of wood carved with a skirt and hair, etc. Yu Hong immediately understood the composition of Fear Shadow and realized why it was safe for Fear Shadow to go out, while Agrias was not. Thinking about it, I'd rather explore those Black Disaster monsters to discover what their essence actually is. So many Speedman look the same. I wonder what's underneath the hair. Yu Hong's thoughts unintentionally drifted. However, he shifted his train of thought. I'm currently deep in the Spirit Disaster. It's a good opportunity to capture some Spirit Disaster monsters, to thoroughly research what their nature is. To be honest, he had been coveting the golden armor of the three-eyed dragon head general for a long time. He had never had such powerful protective armor, and the protective suit had long been unable to keep up with the intensity. And using Black Mark to enhance equipment alone was too extravagant. Thus, finding a ready-made solution outside had become a new idea in his mind. Coming back to his senses, Yu Hong stepped forward, grabbed Speedman Fear Shadow's neck with one hand, and flipped her upside down. Head down, legs up. But even so, the skirt continued floating upwards, stubbornly maintaining its previous form against the laws of physics. Yu Hong tugged on the skirt and peeked inside the turned skirt. The inside was gray and white, filled with a gelatinous material similar to flesh. As expected, after confirming that there were no injuries on Fear Shadow, he returned to the first floor. This time, he did not control Fear Shadow to move, but moved the safe house towards the North Heavenly Gate. Because Fear Shadow has a summoning range, moving cannot be too far from the main body. Yu Hong's situation was special since his Guanwu skill was cultivated to an unparalleled level. This limit was greatly improved. But it's only the range that has greatly increased. Now, my control range for Fear Shadow is about 2 kilometers, beyond which the Fear Shadow will dissipate on its own. So, let's get closer first and then probe this distance. The three of them gathered at the window, crowding to look outside. Yu Hong softly explained at this point. Can exploration share perception? Kuchan asked. No, Fear Shadow is essentially a combat skill. Sharing perception instead reduces the summoner's reaction speed. Yu Hong slightly shook his head. It's okay. I'll just summon several more. He happens to have the trait of extreme summoning. This was the trait he had obtained back then after his experience at Qingchen Temple's Wooden Fish 5 Spirit Spring. It allows arbitrary adjustment to the technique under the Guanwu skill Taoist system in summoning, allowing multiple summons. But a normal Guanwu skill cultivator can only follow the usual steps, defeating several Fear Shadows. Thus they can summon only as many, one of each kind. But Yu Hong is different. The most suitable Fear Shadow here is Speedman. Most forms of Spirit Disaster are humanoid, and changing to another form might attract attention. It could mess things up if other Spirit Disasters are encountered. Yu Hong said softly, So. He opened his hand, and some strands of white light quietly rose in his palm. In an instant, his hands swiftly formed seals, his mouth chanting scriptures. The white light strands in his palm rapidly soared, weaving into ancient white symbols. At the same time, outside the safe house, the figures of Speedmen kept appearing, more and more becoming denser. In a blink, the number exceeded 2 digits, bursting towards 3 digits. Yu Hong's expression unchanged, continued summoning endlessly. Soon, after just over 10 seconds, the Speedmen outside had increased to a number that completely surrounded the safe house. Go! He commanded in his mind, find the owner of this scent. At the same time, he transmitted Quan He's scent traits into the technique inside all the Fear Shadows. These Fear Shadows themselves only possessed extremely simple intelligence, couldn't communicate, couldn't speak, and he wasn't sure if this would work. But at the very least, there's strength in numbers. Nearly 200 speed men going out should surely find something and bring it back. Ku Chan and Yi, on seeing him summon so many all at once, were astounded. Why, are they all female? Yi blurted out. Ku Chan wordlessly glanced at her and voluntarily distanced himself from Yi. He feared Yu Hong might misunderstand. After all, he has a wife and children. Thinking of his wife and unborn child, a trace of tenderness involuntarily flashed across his face. Following Yu Hong, he actually harbored a trace of hope, a desire to resurrect his wife and child. After all, the miracles created by Yu Hong were somewhat numerous. The search by the Fear Shadow Speed men began, and Yu Hong started a timer from the beginning. With his current strength in spiritual energy and unlimited inner strength, basically, he could support the Fear Shadow's unrestricted movement. 1 hour passed. The speed men disappeared inside the North Heavenly Gate, still without any movement. 2 hours passed. A, feeling sleepy, leaned against the fireplace and fell asleep. I'll go cultivate. Just call me if needed. Ku Chan stood up, addressed Yu Hong. The latter waved his hand, silent. He continued to concentrate on sensing the feedback from the Fear Shadows. Ku Chan sighed, turned, and returned to his own quarters. His current accommodation was one of the 2 rooms partitioned in the underground cultivation room. He and Yi each had a bedroom. Yu Hong usually stayed in the main control room. The first floor was entirely used for meetings, discussions, and usual activities, essentially a hall. The size of the entire safe house was somewhat cramped for 3 people. Ku Chan returned to his room, closed the stone door he had fashioned with his hands. Then he carefully reached under the bed and pulled out an iron box, opening it. Inside was an assortment of irregular pieces of tissue soaked in potion. Each piece of tissue was stored in a high-strength glass bottle, with meticulous labels. Father, mother, wife, child, elder martial brother, second martial uncle. About a dozen small bottles contained tissue samples from all the closest people at Zai Palace that Ku Chan had collected. He hoped that one day he might find powerful enough magic to bring them back to life. The Alliance Hierarch is always mysterious but always finds a way in critical moments, providing hope. Indeed, I made the right choice following him. Dad? Mom? Senior Martial Sister. I'm now with the Alliance Hierarch deep within the Spirit Disaster, here to save a powerful senior who is very important to us. Also, only by continuously hunting down strong enough prey can the red food method bestowed by the Alliance Hierarch be improved quickly. Perhaps, within 100 years, I might really find a way to save you. Ku Chan softly brought his face close to the bottles, closed his eyes, and the familiar faces of his loved ones appeared in his mind. That was his only motivation for his frantic cultivation and fighting, and what kept him from becoming a madman who only knows how to kill. Don't worry. In this world, only the Alliance Hierarch keeps moving forward. He won't give up, always full of hope. Maybe it won't be long. His voice gradually faded away. Ku Chan rarely refrained from cultivation. Just like that, his face lying on a pile of bottles, he fell asleep. The enhanced safe house was very secure, very quiet. Unconsciously, a pair of tear stains slid from the corners of his closed eyes, dropping between many bottles. He had nothing else. His only hope was to follow Yu Hong, to find a future where he could resurrect his family. He had seen the night pool, seen the spirit disaster. Ku Chan didn't believe in the source disaster, only believed in Yu Hong, who constantly created miracles. Because he always had the most suitable and needed items at critical moments, creating miracles. Like the rescue of Quan He, everyone never thought to venture deep into the spirit disaster, trying to rescue Quan He. Only the Alliance Hierarch thought of it. And the boat that ship before mysteriously and silently brought out, in one fell swoop, moved all the people of Hope City to the New World. And the red food method was the same. He himself had despaired, planned to fight to the death and then self-destruct, not wanting to suffer the consequences and die. But then Yu Hong brought out the red food method, which could delay the sequelae for another 100 years. Chapter 453. Inside the vast North Heavenly Gate. Groups of people in yellow robes and white skirts dispersed and shuttled through various palaces, squares, and corridors, searching for any traces of Quan He's aura. At the North Heavenly Gate, Yu Hong was operating the safe room, silently inching into the gate. The search had been going on for 7 days, but no clues had been found yet. Instead, the fear shadows inadvertently triggered some mechanisms, or encountered a few wandering spirit disasters, and were instantly eliminated. Yu Hong was unconcerned about this. With extreme summoning, he could have as many as he wanted. Gurgle, gurgle. Inside the safe room, 3 people crowded in front of the observation window, carefully examining the situation outside. Behind the North Heavenly Gate was a vast and empty white jade stone square. The ground of the square had a large silver pattern composed of dragons and phoenixes, with a black and white yin-yang diagram surrounded by the dragons and phoenixes in the center, whose black and white colors were slowly rotating and releasing an extremely exaggerated spiritual ability radiation. Yu Hong maintained a wide-range search while slowly moving past the edge of the square. "There seems to be someone over there." Suddenly, Yi called out softly. Yu Hong and Ku Chan were stunned. They hadn't seen anyone, but Yi had noticed first. Now, hearing her mention it, Yu Hong focused his gaze in that direction and indeed saw on the edge of the square, on a black stone bench, sat a gaunt figure dressed in a white robe with silver trim. The figure watched the erratically sprinting speed men, seemingly observing something. Suddenly, the person raised his head, revealing a strangely cut face. On this face, there was only one large solitary eye. The eyeball was red, flickering with a faint luminescence. Next, he did something that surprised all 3 of them. He raised his hand, his palm shaped like a claw, and then plunged it into his own eye. Yi, who was watching, couldn't help but scream in shock, while Yu Hong and Ku Chan had no particular reaction. Soon, the 3 of them saw the man reach directly into the area around his own eyeball. Then, with a bit of force, he actually gouged out his own eye. He carefully wrapped the eyeball in a handkerchief, then took a new eyeball from his pocket and stuffed it back into his own eye socket. "Is this guy changing his eye?" Yu Hong, seeing this scene, didn't know why, but suddenly a thought struck his mind. He just stopped in the square, watching the one-eyed monster change his eyes every 2 hours. Ku Chan and Yi watched for a while, found it boring, and went to do their own things. Only Yu Hong remained, still sitting at the entrance, quietly observing. Swoosh! Finally, he suddenly stood up. At this moment, a speedman had just returned, holding a white stone similar to the previous ones. Yu Hong cracked open the door, took the stone inside, then quickly returned to the main control room, planning to use it as a battery to once again cultivate the chaotic god Heavenly Eye scripture. This time, however, he chose his left eye. The right eye mainly focuses on spiritual attacks. The left eye can completely become an enhancement for physical attacks. Also, why don't I, like that one-eyed man, first strengthen the external eyeball and then implant it back into myself? The black mark doesn't allow direct enhancement of oneself, so why don't I first strengthen an external object and then transplant it back into myself? This was the true inspiration he gained from the one-eyed man. If the external eyeball isn't compatible with me, then strengthen it until it's suitable enough for me. Yu Hong suddenly realized that he seemed to have found a loophole in the black mark mechanism. As soon as he thought of it, he immediately focused his mind, invoked the technique, and summoned Agrius from the heavenly river. Agrius shrank into a ball, crawling motionless in his palm. "Sorry," Yu Hong said inwardly to Agrius, then suddenly extended his hand and precisely gouged out one of its eyeballs. Agrius violently struggled and trembled, but quickly stabilized and remained motionless. Yu Hong looked at the eyeball in his hand, a round black crystal-like sphere, still emitting faint black mist. He placed it separately in a container for preservation. Then he let Agrius return to the heavenly river. Soon a new eyeball grew, while the one in the external container remained. Yu Hong quietly continued his cultivation. As time went on, day by day, Yu Hong kept observing the changes in the eyeball. Meanwhile, he also started to have speed men search extensively in the outer world for weaker spirit disaster monsters, to prepare eyeballs for collection. In the blink of an eye, over a month passed. Quan He's whereabouts remained elusive and were not pinpointed. But instead, Yu Hong collected a large pile of eyeballs by ambushing and targeting the weak. Inside the main control room, the walls were covered with glass bottles of various sizes, each filled with differently shaped and colored eyeballs. Yu Hong sat surrounded by these eyeballs. It's about time. I can try my previous idea. He stood up, glanced at the remaining time for the black mark enhancement. It was the last day, and the increase in the safe room's defensive strength was about to be completed. Quietly walking to the wall, he watched the continually flashing red countdown timer, waiting quietly for the last 5 minutes to completely pass. In a short while, snap. Finally, the countdown completely vanished, returning to 0. The entire safe house suddenly trembled, blurring momentarily. Simultaneously, a new instruction manual appeared in Yu Hong's hand. Safe house reinforcement complete. External walls upgraded to ultra-strong special alloy walls. Strength increased by 11 times. This wall material comes from the ancient star civilization of Oviers and is part of the level 5 basic protection wall in the 10-level defense system. Yu Hong paused, noticing the wall slowly beginning to show faint blue dim light patterns, reminiscent of technological circuits. This immortal martial sect isn't enough for you. You even reach out to star-level civilizations. He exhaled, ignoring the black marks manual, casually picking up a small bottle containing a silver eyeball from nearby. This eyeball was dug out from a silver-armored dragon man wandering nearby. Strangely, the number of silver-armored dragon men here was very limited. Even golden-armored dragon men were extremely rare. Perhaps this was because it was inside the North Heavenly Gate. The only advantage was that these creatures could regenerate. These eyeballs look numerous, but in reality they were all harvested from 2 dragon men. A total of 99, for good luck. At this moment, holding a silver eyeball, Yu Hong confirmed the end of the black mark enhancement and silently thought. Enhance outer eye direction. Eliminate all side effects generated during transplantation into my body. He didn't directly enhance functionalities but first removed hidden dangers. Instantly, the black lines on the back of his hand flashed, rushing into the eyeball in the bottle. The silver eyeball slightly contracted, and soon the feedback asking whether to start came. Yu Hong glanced at the countdown that synchronously appeared on the bottle. 19 minutes. Unexpectedly short. His heart filled with anticipation. If this experiment succeeded, he would no longer need to slowly cultivate for enhancement as he did before. While cultivation is stable and lays a solid foundation, it always seemed insufficient when strength was needed. If this path proved viable, it meant he could completely change his approach and use the same principle to modify other organs and limbs. The time of about 10 minutes was short. Yu Hong simply sat cross-legged and practiced Tai Ling skill while waiting. Soon, the time was almost up. He opened his eyes and stared at the silver eyeball in the bottle. At the moment the countdown hit 0, the surface of the eyeball flashed with silver light. Then it quieted down, making no further move. Yu Hong exhaled, opened the bottle's cap. Looking at the ordinary-looking eyeball inside, he took a deep breath. He reached out. Whoosh! Suddenly, he jabbed his hand directly into his own left eye, scooping it out forcefully. With a tearing sound, the eyeball, along with nerves, was brutally pulled out. The intense pain stimulated Yu Hong's brain, nearly causing him to lose his composure and scream in pain. But the anticipation for the future made him endure the agony, placing his own eyeball into a prepared clean bottle. Then, with trembling hands, he picked up the silver eyeball, stuffing it into the bloody socket of his left eye. Positioned correctly, he quickly released the elf ancient tree's call, covered by golden light. Soon, new eye nerves and blood vessels began growing from the eye socket, connecting to the newly introduced silver eyeball. Yu Hong, enduring pain, formed a sealing with both hands, releasing a minor magic to purify himself of bacteria and viruses. Bacterial and viral particles also emit extremely faint spiritual fluctuations. Hence, the Taoist sect's magic includes this research. This is one of the reasons why those big shots in the Taoist sect are hard to kill. Even at later stages, Heavenly master-level practitioners might have secret techniques to completely change their bodies. At this moment, Yu Hong found it quite handy. After cleaning off the blood, Yu Hong walked to one side, sat down on the ground, and slowly waited for his left eye to adapt and change. The newly planted eye was still completely dark, and he could see nothing. But as time passed, soon an hour went by. Gradually, Yu Hong felt the pain lessen, and he quickly applied some anti-inflammatory eye drops to himself. This time not his own enhanced kind, but just ordinary commercial medicine produced outside. Waiting a little longer, finally, little bits of faint light appeared in Yu Hong's mind. He widened his left eye, the silver eyeball slightly rotating, continually streaming tears. But at this moment, he didn't care about these. Only the light and images emanating from his left eye were thrilling him. It worked! He suddenly got up, although the vision of the silver eye wasn't as good as his original. But at this time, in Yu Hong's vision, countless thin silver threads floated in the air. These threads, some thick, some thin, floated softly in mid-air, moving around. This is... Yu Hong reached out his hand, involuntarily grasping at a silver thread. Sizzle. In the instant he pinched the thread, an immensely pure, and that thread slowly shortened, disappearing. The influx of spiritual energy was entirely different from that of materials like white stone. If white stone was like a jumble of thousands of impurities forcibly compressed together, the thread was pure unconscious spiritual energy. Like a newborn spiritual energy, it could be freely absorbed and devoured. Chapter 454. This may be one of the ways the silver-armored dragon men cultivate their spiritual energy. The ability to absorb spiritual energy without removing impurities means cultivating the Tai Ling skill will definitely be much faster than before. Yu Hong was quite excited, and immediately, he took another eye from a golden-armored dragon man and pressed his hand on it to start eliminating the side effects. This time, he planned to strengthen it to his satisfaction before transplanting it into his own eyes. This way, he could obtain a sufficiently powerful foundation in one go. After that, he would integrate it into himself using a cultivation technique, making it a whole. While Yu Hong diligently strengthened the eye of the golden-armored dragon man, the safe house was also slowly moving inside the North Heavenly Gate. Soon, it passed the white jade stone square and arrived in front of a huge, pure white Taoist palace gate. The door of the Taoist palace was half open, and inside, several Kai Jing Taoists were sitting motionless, seemingly hosting a feast. At the highest seat of honor, there sat a tall woman in an opulent turquoise armor, her face blurred. She sat boldly with her legs spread in a figure eight, her back straight, and one hand holding a pitch-black square halberd, her blurry face slightly lowered, overlooking all the guests in the Taoist palace. Once Yu Hong confirmed that the strengthening had begun, he came out and observed his surroundings with his consciousness. Seeing this Taoist palace, he did not continue to summon Speedman to disturb this place. Without the amplification of spirit light, he wasn't sure he could even defeat a single Kai Jing Taoist. There were at least 30 Kai Jing Taoists here, and the woman sitting in the seat of honor could very likely be an immortal general. If he stirred up trouble, there would be big problems later. The safe house moved past the gate without making a sound and left. The enhanced stealth ability showed its astonishing effects for the first time. Clearly, each Kai Jing Taoist was sitting rigidly inside the Great Hall, glancing sideways at the armored woman in the seat of honor. They were not sculptures. Their chests were slightly moving, indicating they had heartbeats. Yet no one noticed the safe house that was so close to them. Even the woman in the seat of honor kept her eyes closed and motionless. Wait, there's movement. Suddenly, Ku Chan stood up and moved close to the observation window, looking inside the grand hall. What is that? Yu Hong also sensed a similar presence at this time. It was Quan He. After a long time, she was finally releasing her presence again. Buzz! At this moment, the entire grand hall of the Taoist palace shook violently underground. The ground lit up with a bright white light, and at the same time, the faint sound of crane cries came from below. It's actually underground, exclaimed Ku Chan in surprise. But Yu Hong showed no expression. He temporarily halted his study of the eye, stepped out of the main control room, and approached the observation window. It seems this is the place. Now, the question is, how to rescue someone from underneath the watchful eyes of so many spirit disaster monsters. He spoke gravely. Your eye. Ku-chan raised his head to speak, but was met with Yu Hong's left eye that was not covered by a patch. That left eye, silver just like those of the silver-armored dragon men before. It's fine, just a small experiment. Now's not the time to discuss this. Continue.
Yu Hong interrupted.
First, we need to find the underground entrance and see exactly where the senior is being detained. Then we can slowly move there using the safe house. Alliance Hierarch, haven't you strengthened the stealth ability several times? We are so close to these monsters, yet we have not been detected. We can fully use this stealth ability. We only need to show ourselves at the moment of the rescue. Ku-chan quickly thought of a plan. Are you sure that the woman suspected to be an immortal general doesn't have instantaneous movement ability? Asked Yu Hong. Even the three-eyed golden-armored dragon men can perform instantaneous movement. Do you think an immortal general doesn't have it? Ku-chan was at a loss for words and fell silent before speaking again. Then I'll go attract their attention and draw them away a bit. It's useless. Yu Hong shook his head. The range of an immortal general's instantaneous movement is likely vast. Plus here in the depths of the spirit disaster, their abilities might even be amplified and strengthened. Then what should we do? Yi asked from the side. No rush. We need to wait for the right moment, said Yu Hong softly. The safe house immediately stood still, quietly waiting at the edge of the Taoist palace gate. Hiss. Yu Hong tried to summon a speedman some distance away, making it appear in an open space behind the door. The speedman appeared abruptly, not yet stable. Crack. A golden lightning bolt flashed and struck the speedman accurately. The next moment, the speedman turned to white ash, crumbling down. It wasn't the Kai Jing or the immortal general inside the hall who made the move.
Ku-chan frowned.
It's the walls, said Yu Hong. The three turned their eyes toward the outer walls of the Taoist palace. On the walls near the door, many blue creatures that looked like dragons but weren't and accompanied by flowers, flames, and waves, surrounded the Taoist palace. At this moment, what should have been mere bas-reliefs had all come to life. They were packed densely together. Their bell-like eyes glared at Speedman's position, with faint golden electric sparks in their mouths rapidly fading away, growing dim. Yu Hong felt a sinking feeling in his heart, seeing that there were at least hundreds of such creatures packed tightly on the walls, seemingly the guardians of the Taoist palace. It seems this place is different from others. He murmured to himself, pondering strategies in his mind. The safe house came to a stop here and did not move again. Without the isolated state, even the immortal generals couldn't detect them here. It was rather a good opportunity to observe if any potential loopholes would surface. After instructing Ku-chan and Yi on what to keep in mind, Yu Hong returned to the main control room and continued with a new golden eye of a three-eyed golden armor dragon man. This was the most powerful eye of a spirit disaster monster he had managed to acquire so far. When the three-eyed golden armor dragon man first appeared, it was already a monster at the level of the seven evils. It came with innate abilities like instantaneous movement and force stasis and was immune to low-level spiritual techniques attacks. Extremely formidable. After extraction, it was maintained with the newly acquired elf ancient tree's call for a period to sustain its vitality, which was perfect for long-term preservation. He extended his hand and pressed it against the surface of the bottle. Enhance outer eye. Maximize enhancement against the spirit disaster. Yu Hong thought to himself. This eye had already been enhanced to eliminate side effects during a previous session. Along with it, there were another 20 eyes from golden armor dragon-headed men, which Yu Hong planned to enhance separately into different functionalities, partly as a testing experiment and partly to cope with different scenarios, as the source disaster wasn't limited to just spirit disaster, black disaster, and light disaster. It would be troublesome if high-quality eyes like these became hard to find later on, so it was better to stockpile some in advance. What remained to be seen was to what extent they could be enhanced. Black lines flowed out and the countdown timer soon appeared. 45 days, 7 hours, 19 minutes. The same duration again, around 40-something days. The last time I tried to maximize enhancement, it was also this length. It seems my limit for enhancement can only reach this duration. Yu Hong was well aware that his limit for enhancement was entirely dependent on the amount of essence chi and inner strength he could supply. So, his recent consecutive maximum enhancements all spanned 40-something days, showing that his current state could only support the enhancement of the golden eye for 40-something days at most. Let's wait and see. By then I'll see what changes the enhancement brings. Yu Hong had some expectations in his heart. He put down the bottle with the golden eye and left the main control room. By now, the protection of the safe house had been upgraded to a very high level, and its concealment abilities were extremely strong, allowing it to remain undetected even near the doorstep of an immortal general. Such strength gave Yu Hong and the others an increased sense of security. In the beginning, people were somewhat panicked having a bunch of Kaijing Taoists and an exceptional immortal general nearby. At night, they couldn't even sleep peacefully. But after half a month, the nerves of the three of them gradually relaxed, and once they found the safe house remained undiscovered no matter what, they became much bolder. Yu Hong started to release summoned fear shadows frequently, trying to lure away the spirit disaster monsters within the Taoist palace. But it was in vain. From Speedman onwards, all the way up, even the black giant was instantly electrocuted upon appearance. The hundreds of dragon-like green creatures on the outer walls of the Taoist palace alone were enough to crush the summoned creatures. After more than 10 unsuccessful attempts, Yu Hong decisively gave up this tactic. Instead, he quietly observed and waited. In the blink of an eye, 40 days passed, and the time for the black mark enhancement was approaching. During this time, without any other distractions and focusing on enhancement and cultivation, Yu Hong always felt that although each enhancement took over a month, time seemed to fly by quickly. This time, to his surprise, not only was the enhancement about to end, but his Tai Ling skill's 6th layer was also on the brink of a breakthrough. With double happiness at hand, he had new hope for the improvement of his strength. Although the Tai Ling skill might encounter problems if relocated and disconnected from the spirit disaster, at least it was useful for the time being, and the increase in power was strong enough. While Yu Hong was secluded waiting for the breakthrough and enhancement to end, Ku Chan and Yi were still keeping watch at the window, looking out. Inside the main hall of the Taoist palace, those Kaijing Taoists and the female immortal general still maintained the same postures as more than a month ago. Even the raised hands, slightly parted lips, and the floating curve of their hair hadn't changed in the slightest. There was no wind to blow in there. Everyone was like a statue, motionless and silent. It seems that the way of survival for spirit disasters here is to venture out when needed to devour living spirits, then return to linger on. Ku Chan sighed. Living like this, what difference does it have from being dead? There is still a difference. Suddenly a voice entered his mind. Ha! Who's there? Ku Chan shuddered, looked around, and then only saw a puzzled Yi sitting on a small stool, looking bewildered at him. We've been together for so long, sense carefully, you should be very familiar with my aura. The voice was strong and robust, like that of an extremely old senior. Ku Chan frowned and calmed down to carefully sense it. But he was protected by the red food method, with Dao breath condensed into a passive technique that isolated everything. No one who wasn't approved by him could possibly penetrate his inner depths with their consciousness. He hesitated for a while. Shortly, he suddenly placed his hand on the hilt of the damaged Qi Xiao sword at his waist. Xiao, it is I. Thanks to you, I've been able to temporarily shake off the control of the spirit disaster Heavenly Court and regain a short period of clarity. Qi Xiao said gravely. Ever since I was forged into a sword, I can no longer remember how much time has passed. Had it not been for this special place that completely secluded the connection between me and the spirit disaster, I wouldn't have been able to awaken. Chapter 455. You are really Qi Xiao? Then you should know a lot of things I am concerned about, right? Ku Chan voiced his skepticism. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask. However, I don't have much conscious time left. Back then, heaven refined me into a sword, which caused great damage to my divine soul. Being able to be conscious now is all because of my formidable strength. Kuchan stopped speaking and stood up, walking towards the basement. Aside from the safe house's array, there were also his own arrays placed there, which have a miraculous effect on blocking external sound transmission and consciousness fluctuations. But soon he realized that the voice was still there. After entering the double layer of arrays, he could still clearly hear it. Don't get agitated, I really am Qi Shao, and don't tell your alliance hierarch about this. That guy is kinda strange, Qi Shao said. What do you mean by kind of strange? Kuchan asked. To tell you the truth, I'm a little afraid of that Yu Hong, Qi Shao spoke. I've lived for several hundred years, and this is the first time I've encountered someone so inscrutable. Hearing this, Kuchan immediately got up and headed towards the main control room where Yu Hong was located. Wait for me, Qi Shao hastily called out to him. Don't you want to know why I am speaking out now? Go ahead and talk, and I'll report to the alliance hierarch when I get there, Kuchan said. Mainly because you guys actually managed to isolate the influences of the spirit disaster, something that even everyone from our time together couldn't accomplish. So don't rush. I came out to help you, Qi Shao quickly said. With a chuckle, Kuchan turned around and headed towards the main control room, but was immediately called back again. Qi Shao began another earnest explanation. After more than an hour of hassle, Kuchan finally began to believe it a little. So what are you conscious now to help us with? There is never such a coincidence in the world, not awakening earlier or later, but the other party happens to awaken now. There must be a reason. Thus, Kuchan straightforwardly voiced his inquiry. It's simple, you guys want to save someone, right? The person you want to save is locked up here in the heavenly prison. I can help you distract the guardian immortal generals, but you have to do me a favor. What favor? Kuchan asked. Take away my primordial seal that's kept in the heavenly prison, said Qi Shao. What is the primordial seal? It's the most core imprint that belongs to a person. Why you are you and not someone else, that's determined by the primordial seal. Even if I die on the outside, if the primordial seal is still here, I can't be completely freed. I will resurrect here, recover, and be locked in the heavenly prison where there is no light, until I go mad. Qi Shao answered. I need to discuss this with my alliance hierarch. Kuchan is an honest child. Even if a bit corrupted, he is still very nice to those kind to him. His nature is frankness, straightforwardness, being the first to rush into situations. Well, okay, alright, I am quite interested in your alliance hierarch as well. He is indeed miraculous, always able to turn the impossible into possible. Very formidable, Qi Shao reluctantly admitted. He had originally chosen him not only because he was barely capable of withstanding his descent, but also because of his plain Qi-Cheng heart, open and bright. Now it seems this plain-spoken Qi-Cheng sometimes is still a problem. Confirmed by Qi Shao, Kuchan immediately got up and rushed towards the main control room. Meanwhile, inside the main control room, Yu Hong was holding an eyeball that shone with dazzling, rainbow-colored light, slowly inserting it into his own eye socket. A silver-lettered instruction slip slowly drifted down beside him. It was clearly written in Chinese characters. Outer eye, also known as colorful mirror candle pupil, the cultivation essence of life from the heavens Kai Jing Taoist, automatically enhances one's spiritual energy by 17 times, comes with high-level spiritual ability technique Void One Finger, with the passive technique Myriad Spirits Guide. Void One Finger, active technique, launched with a single finger of one hand. The object pointed at will be suppressed by a spiritual power 5 times your own. Can be used within a radius of 1 kilometer from yourself. Consumes 1/5 of your own spiritual energy each time. Myriad Spirits Guide. Passive technique, able to spontaneously absorb the spiritual energy of all life forms within a 1 kilometer radius. All creatures with spiritual energy less than 1/10 of your own will be continuously drawn by the force, unable to isolate or resist. Their spiritual energy will be forcibly extracted until death. Note: the spiritual energy drawn by Myriad Spirits Guide contains a large number of impurities. Directly absorbing it can significantly enhance strength in the short term, but will cause thought disorder, memory recognition deviation, personality distortion, It is impossible to evolve to the next stage and requires immortal light to completely purify. These two techniques, at a glance, were the powerful abilities once used by Caijing Taoist. Especially the second one, which even caused widespread death among ordinary people before. Yu Hong felt somewhat moved when he saw these two techniques. Void One Finger is against a single enemy. Myriad Spirit's Guide is against cannon fodder troops. Caijing Taoist really is a versatile spirit disaster. No wonder the fight was so arduous back then. This was an eyeball freshly enhanced from a three-eyed dragon head general. Unexpectedly, this eyeball directly evolved into the attributes of Caijing Taoist. Originally, the three-eyed dragon head general needed to devour a large number of living wills and a stream of heavenly immortal energy to successfully ascend to Caijing. Now, with just one enhancement from Yu Hong, he had managed to leap past that hurdle and attain Caijing. Crack. The colorful eyeball was installed into the socket, emitting a light click. Yu Hong swiftly released Elf Ancient Tree's call. A faint golden halo spread, covering the eye sockets. At once, numerous white line-like spiritual energy formations appeared in his field of vision. Within the white lines, there were now some silver threads as well. He extended his hand, trying to touch them. Hiss! Suddenly, a stream of highly concentrated and purified spiritual energy flowed into his body. Just one silver thread is worth at least 5 to 10 of the white ones. Extremely exaggerated. If I can keep absorbing the silver threads, my progress with Tai Ling's skill can definitely increase 5 to 10 times faster.
Yu Hong contemplatait d'Internalie.
The enhancement of the senses strengthens the foundation of cultivation. This perspective of the Taoist sect was indeed correct. Of course, the premise is that there is no rejection reaction. He was able to do this because the Black Seal Gang helped him eliminate the problem. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, the door was knocked. Come in. With a flick of his finger, Yu Hong unlocked the door with his inner strength. Turning his head, he saw Ku Chan enter with a solemn expression, which puzzled him. What's happened? Is there another problem? It's not. It's about Qi Shao. Ku Chan started to speak. Then he saw the room's walls covered with eyeball bottles of all sizes. His breath caught slightly. You see, I told you, this guy isn't normal. He's capable of anything. Qi Shao shouted anxiously in his heart. I think it's best not to mention me, otherwise, I'm worried you might be in trouble too, he quickly added. Ku Chan paused. It's like this. Without hesitation, he spoke of Qi Zhao's voice. Qi Shao suddenly felt like maybe he had chosen the wrong master. Looking at the situation where the entire family had been wiped out, leaving only him as the sole survivor, he didn't hesitate at all to fully disclose his greatest secret to a stranger, as if he didn't worry about others harming him at all. So, you're saying that the consciousness within Qi Shao now claims it can help us distract and hold off the heavenly prison immortal general? Yu Hong repeated the entire content once more. Yes. Do you believe it? Yu Hong asked. Half belief, half doubt. Then let's give it a try. Yu Hong smiled and touched the colorful mirror candle pupil he had just transplanted. It was a good chance to test his abilities that he had just pushed to the limit. Say nothing else, pretending to be a spirit disaster monster might have some feasibility. Your eyes. Ku Chan also noticed the change in Yu Hong's eyes and hesitantly asked. It's fine. Just practiced a cultivation technique that changes the eyes. Yu Hong gave a simple explanation. Okay then, when do we take action? Ku Chan asked. We need to find out where heavenly prison is first, Yu Hong said, looking down at the Qi Shao sword. Seemingly aware of his gaze, the Qi Shao sword handle trembled slightly, evaporating into white light points. The dots in midair condensed into a bald, white-bearded Taoist. Your eyes. As the Taoist appeared, he met Yu Hong's colored left eye directly, trembling violently as if he were a quail. Tell me, you know where heavenly prison is, right? Yu Hong asked. Of course I know. To access heavenly prison's location, one must activate a teleportation array here to enter. The array is located on the left side of the heavenly prison palace, beneath a dominating statue, and needs immortal law to be activated. You don't know immortal law, so even if you know the location, you can't enter, Qi Shao quickly said. Lead the way, Yu Hong said calmly. Qi Shao still wanted to say something, but seeing Yu Hong's colorful halo eye, similar to the Kaijing Taoists, he consciously swallowed his words and floated out. The safe house moved stealthily, quickly reaching the left side, in a white garden overgrown with weeds. Soon they saw the statues of the dragon sons. Yi was originally cooking and saw Yu Hong and Ku Chan come out with serious faces, followed by a white-bearded old man. They quickly squeezed to the surveillance window. Although she didn't know what had happened, she hastily put down her spatula and squeezed in with them to look outside. At that moment, in the white garden outside, they quickly found one of the dominating statues. Let me out, Qi Shao said. Yu Hong and Ku Chan exchanged a glance, reached out their hands, and forcefully opened a crack in the door. Click. At once, Ku Chan threw the Qi Shao sword handle out like lightning. Wait, don't throw. Before Qi Shao could finish, he was already tossed underneath the belly of the dominating statue. Click. The door closed. The three watched from inside the house as the old man Qi Shao grumbled and prostrated himself, moving rapidly and diving under the statue's belly, disappearing like he was fired from a cannon. His actions were so practiced, it was clear he had done it countless times before. Do we still have any sound transmission? Yu Hong asked. None. Seems like he really is Qi Shao. Ku Chan shook his head. Yi watched the two men, completely confused about what they were talking about. I'm going to cook. She turned around to continue what she was doing before, leaving Yu Hong and another person to continue waiting by the door. Chapter 456. Soon, the two of them saw the handle of the Qi Shao sword quietly wriggling, crawling through the grass towards the direction of the safe house. But when it got close to the safe house, it couldn't find the exact location and just kept circling in the same spot. I've lived this long, and this is the first time I know the handle of the Qi Shao sword can bend, Ku Chan exclaimed upon seeing this. Otherwise, how could it have survived until now? Yu Hong shook his head. He abruptly pushed the door open, grabbed the Qi Shao with his inner strength, and pulled it in. Hurry up! I've opened the heavenly prison. This was the first thing Qi Shao said as it entered. Upon hearing this, Yu Hong and Ku Chan's expressions shifted slightly. They paused for a moment and then, without any hesitation, Ku Chan immediately dashed out the door. Yu Hong, upon seeing this, followed closely behind, also grabbing hold of Qi Shao and rushing out. The two were only about 10 meters away from Basya and flashed to the statue in an instant. The Basya statue was over 10 meters tall, and at its lower abdomen, a pale purple rune light sphere was glowing. This is it. Quickly get in. It can only be opened for 4 minutes at a time. Without uttering another word, Ku Chan tried to rush in, but was stopped by Yu Hong with a single gesture. Hiss! Several speedmen appeared out of nowhere, each dashing into the light sphere in succession. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen people had entered. It's fine, let's go. Yu Hong sensed their condition and confirmed there were no issues, then immediately became the first to enter the light sphere. Ku Chan was second. As soon as the two entered, their vision blurred drastically. They found themselves on a huge silver-white flower. The flower was situated in a dark expanse of the void, surrounded by pitch blackness, where nothing could be seen. Only dense spiritual energy enveloped the area. The entire flower was over 1 kilometer in diameter, with 9 petals in total. The spot they were standing on was right on the edge of one of the flower petals. Oh! No sooner had they arrived that they heard an angry and weary roar coming from afar. Immediately after, from the center of the pistil, a ring of blue-white halos burst outward like tidal waves. This halo swept across the entire flower, and wherever it passed, everything was covered with a thin layer of blue frost. Hiss! When the blue-white light halo washed over Yu Hong and Ku Chan, it brought them not alarm but joy instead. It's the spirit light secret skill. Senior Quan He is here, Ku Chan said with joy on his face. Rescue mission. Yu Hong nodded and was the first to dash towards the center of the burst of light. With only 4 minutes, time was of the essence. Swish! He ran at a speed of nearly 1 second per 100 meters, sprinting towards the pistol. Leaping over undulating white petals like hills, bypassing a series of empty little white houses. They quickly reached the very center. At the pistol, a moon-white figure encased entirely in golden crystal appeared before the two. Quan He was still in his moon-white Taoist robe, his black hair spilling down and spread out, his face cold and solemn, his eyes wide open, shining with a pale blue glow. That was the radiation of an extremely dense light disaster. Even standing more than 10 meters away, Yu Hong could feel a chill coming towards him. This concentration was even more exaggerated than standing in front of the ultimate gate of the light disaster. We've found the person. What do we do now? Ku Chan circled around the crystal once, sent a technique flame onto it, which exploded and dispersed, leaving the crystal unscathed. It won't budge. This is a sealing from someone in the Emperor realm during the spirit disaster. With your current strength, you don't stand a chance. Hurry, move it out. Quickly, Qi Shao shouted from the side. As an Emperor's weapon Dao artifact, he was crafted by those in the Emperor realm and was most knowledgeable about these matters. After hearing this, Yu Hong immediately went up, wrapped his arms around the 2-meter-tall crystal, and forcefully yanked it out. It's fixed, you need to use. Crack. Yu Hong abruptly lifted the golden crystal he snapped off, the breaking sound directly interrupting the second half of Qi Zhao's sentence. Then he turned and ran. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Even Qi Shao, who had lived for hundreds of years, had never seen such exaggerated strength. But now was not the time to be astonished. The fracture in the crystal prison would certainly alert the great emperor who had forged it by hand. Wait, there is still my primordial seal, he shouted as he followed behind Yu Hong. I'll get it. Ku Chan immediately responded. Come with me. We have 1 more minute. Qi Shao turned and drifted in another direction. Ku Chan followed closely behind. Yu Hong, carrying the crystal, rushed back to the entrance and plunged in. The vision blurred again, and the white garden and Basia's statue reappeared on the outside. The crystal collided with the statue, shattering the bottom of the statue and leaving a large chunk missing. Yu Hong, carrying the crystal, charged towards the location of the safe house. But as he stepped out from the base of Basia, the heavenly prison Dao palace outside already began to shake. Mighty and terrifying breaths were rapidly awakening inside the Dao palace. Those who trespass in heavenly prison die. A husky female voice roared like thunder, shaking the surrounding air. Hiss! With the sound wave came a terrifying and muck-like spiritual energy pressure spreading out. Puff! The moment Yu Hong touched the pressure, he felt a sharp pain all over, as if his head had been hammered, and his consciousness immediately began to swirl. The gap in spiritual energy is too great. I must hide right away, or I will undoubtedly die. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. The opponent hadn't even arrived yet, and just the pressure alone made him vomit blood. This was undoubtedly due to the home advantage, but more so it was the sheer gap in spiritual power. Now, without the hundreds to thousands of times amplification of spirit light, relying on his own little bit of spiritual energy, he was far from the match for the opponent with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in spiritual power value. Just as Yu Hong was about to dive into the door of the safe house, the second wave of majestic force once again swept over, released by the combined efforts of the Kai Jing Taoists. A huge, invisible ripple brushed past Yu Hong's body in an instant, immobilizing him completely in place. Yu Hong was like an insect frozen in amber, unable to move an inch. But at this moment, his face remained calm, with a burst of colorful light in his left eye. He pointed forward with his index finger. Crack! A formless finger power instantly pierced through all the solidified spiritual power in front of him, creating a clear path. Void one finger. This was a powerful technique, capable of instantly unleashing 5 times his own spiritual energy. With his current level of spiritual energy, he concentrated the finger power into a single line. This immediately shook the spiritual power of the many Kai Jing that were awakening in the Dao Palace. Yu Hong's figure, leaving afterimages behind, violently burst into the safety shelter door that Yi opened in coordination. He, along with the crystal, entered through the door and landed steadily on the ground. Behind them, the door closed, blocking all the oppressive force outside. Yu Hong set the crystal down, quickly returning to the observation window to control the safety shelter's movement toward the entrance of Heavenly Prison. Kuchan was still inside. The safety shelter ignored all oppressive forces, like a shadow separated from reality, and plunged into the purple light sphere. It was worth spending so much time reinforcing it. It's really come through when it matters. Yu Hong sighed in relief inwardly. Looking out the window, as the view shifted, the large white flower appeared in his sight again, giving him a sense of relief. The next second, he saw Kuchan and Qi Xiao rushing towards the exit. Kuchan was holding something silver that resembled a seal, his body covered in blood, with a large section of his head dented as if smashed by something. But his expression was resolute. "Over here." Yu Hong immediately opened a sliver of the door and transmitted his voice to him, while controlling the safety shelter to move directly towards him. Only then did he notice an 8-armed bronze giant relentlessly pursuing Kuchan from behind, wielding 8 black mallets. The bronze giant, about 10 or so meters tall, had a ferocious appearance, with disheveled hair like a golden lion's mane, and occasionally flashes of divine golden electricity sparkled over its body. This kind of gold divinity electricity, capable of weakening more than half the damage, was the most disgusting. Clearly, it was this creature that had smashed Kuchan's head. Fortunately, the distance between the safety shelter and Kuchan was much shorter than that between the 8-armed giant and Kuchan. With a muffled sound, the safety shelter successfully caught Kuchan and immediately closed the door. The next second, the shelter collided head-on with the 8-armed giant. Boom! A loud noise exploded. The room trembled violently, and a significant dent bulged on the door. But it withstood. The next instant, Yu Hong activated the isolation mode feature. Whoosh! The 8-armed giant's remaining mallet swings all missed, passing through the safety shelter like slicing through a shadow. Really effective. Yu Hong relaxed again in his heart, worthy of a special active skill that needs to be discharged once every hour. It was almost like isolating to another level. Ow! Remnants of the moon god, you are seeking your own deaths. The 8-armed giant roared furiously, swinging wildly but unable to locate the safety shelter. It could only vent its rage on the white petals underfoot. The thunderous noise continued to explode, smashing the petals into many white fragments. Meanwhile, Yu Hong had already maneuvered the safety shelter back to the exit of the purple light sphere. Safely and without incident, the safety shelter returned to the White Garden. At this time, numerous Kaijing Taoists were floating in the sky above the garden. And within the Dao Palace, a female immortal general, holding a halberd and standing on white clouds, her eyes emitting golden light, was looking down as if using some detection technique. Over here! Suddenly, the immortal general's golden eyesight landed right on the purple light door. The safety shelter had just teleported back and got spotted. The 3 people in the room felt their breath catch and their hearts nearly stopped. But the next second, the golden light moved away, shifting to another direction. She didn't see us. She was sensing the movement of the teleportation door, using deceit on the enemy.
Qixiao reminded loudly.
Go! Yu Hong immediately understood and controlled the safety shelter to quickly move away from the garden. This time, there were no more dangers encountered. They left the entire Dao Palace behind, where the Heavenly Prison Immortal General and a crowd of Kaijing Taoists continued to search, but their area of search was far from the direction they left. Seeing this scene, Yu Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning back, he nodded to a nervous Yi, awaiting news, and to Kuchan, who was practicing his inner strength to heal his head. We're temporarily safe now. Don't get too happy too soon. Qi Zhao's voice echoed. The crystal is just a simple sealing. The real issue is the sealing talisman inside. It was crafted by someone from the Emperor realm. No worries. I've already started to loosen the seal and regain mobility. Suddenly, a gentle female voice appeared out of nowhere in the room. Alliance Hierarch Quan He. Yu Hong's face lit up with joy. You've finally awakened. Having experienced the feeling of someone taking charge, he never wanted to bear the burden alone again. Part of the reason why he rescued Quan He was that she was the most talented person he had ever seen in history. Such a mighty being shouldn't fall so easily due to one oversight. Chapter 457. I'm sorry. Quan He's face, frozen in the crystal, softened and was no longer as cold as before. Sorry to have worried you, she whispered softly. Where are the others? Why are only the two of you here? Upon hearing this, Yu Hong and Kuchan were both reminded that when Quan He was captured, the Dao My world was still intact. But now, the two of them were at a loss for words and could only remain silent. Such silence gradually erased the smile from Quan He's face. Where are the others? She asked again. Ah.
Xiao sighed.
Girl, they're all gone. The entire planet has been destroyed. The Taoist sect is gone. The 7 evil alliance is gone. Billions of living beings have all been harvested by heaven. He continued to shake his head. The demise of a planet should have given rise to a new emperor realm. There should be a 5th great emperor in heaven now. I advise you to run as far as you can while you still can. Demise! Quan He, solidified in the crystal, looked bewildered and disbelieving. But seeing the expressions of Yu Hong and Kuchan, it seemed that the old man's lingering spirit was telling the truth. Gone. Are you sure everything is gone? She closed her eyes, suppressing her breath rapidly. No one responded. Yu Hong merely nodded silently. Yes, I was captured. How could you youngsters possibly resist heaven, or fend off those many spirit disaster monsters? It's my fault. If I hadn't been captured, if I had been more cautious. Quan He's breath began to grow increasingly turbulent. Yu Hong quickly spread the call of the elf ancient tree, covering her entire body. The swift healing eased some of Quan He's pain, bringing her back to her senses. She looked towards Yu Hong and the other. I want to go back and see where everything vanished. Is that possible? She seemed to still harbor hope. Could it be that you are too weak to notice the entrance to return, thus believing the entire world has disappeared? Senior, I was the last one to leave. I went back twice after that. The last time, there were no living people left. Only corpses everywhere. Yu Hong said somberly. Quan He fell silent. For a long while, she finally spoke. Let's go again, I want to see for myself. Her voice carried a plea. Yu Hong looked into her eyes, nodded. Okay. This meeting also left him with many questions he wanted to ask Quan He. For instance, the key point, how, while being deep within the spirit disaster, did Quan He manage to absorb enough light disaster radiation to replenish her spirit light? Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to emit such strong waves of spirit light every so often. If not for those waves, he wouldn't have been able to locate where Quan He was. Another point. This time, he noticed that Quan He's spiritual power had grown stronger compared to before, and it wasn't just a slight increase. Something was off. Yu Hong faintly sensed in Quan He an even denser aura of the ultimate sun than his own. The major purpose was accomplished. Immediately, Yu Hong moved the safe house towards the North Heavenly Gate. But the previously open North Heavenly Gate was now completely closed. The gigantic gate, resembling a sword blade, was now tightly shut without a single gap. Above the cloud sea, the safe house awkwardly stopped right below to the right of the Heavenly Gate, unsure of how to exit. Yu Hong stood in front of the observation window, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Qi Xiao, do you know when this Heavenly Gate will open? He softly asked the sword hilt behind him. I'm not sure. I've been kept in the treasury since I was made. I never used the main door. Qi Xiao gently shook his head on the side. Since there's a South Heavenly Gate and North Heavenly Gate, could there be East and West Heavenly Gates? Yu Hong asked. Of course, but those might be far from here and we don't need to risk going to other Heavenly Gates. They'll probably return to their usual state after a while when they can't find anyone here. Qi Xiao said. Are you sure? Ku Chan approached from behind, holding a bowl of noodles. Quan He followed behind, her movements stiff. After entering the safe house, without the continuous spirit disaster radiation from the heavenly prison to maintain the ceiling, it only took her half a day to easily remove the sealing crystals on her body. Sure about what? If the gate won't open, let's make it open, Quan He said calmly. Is this going to be very dangerous? Qi Xiao hesitated slightly. There is me here, isn't there? Quan He smiled softly, gently tugging a stray lock of hair beside her face. I know you all have some doubts, wondering why I can still cause such a stir in the heavenly prison. While sealed during this time, shouldn't I be weak and in a poor state? There is indeed this doubt. Yu Hong turned his gaze back to her. From your prestigiously elder, I sensed a strong radiation of light disaster. Are you? He didn't finish his words, but a look of concern flashed through his eyes. You're right. Quan He nodded with a smile. During the time I was captured, I completely merged myself with the light disaster within the spirit light secret skill. If not for this, I couldn't possibly have communicated with the ultimate sun within the light disaster and unleashed a powerful spirit light even within the heavenly prison. Wouldn't that be problematic? Yu Hong fell silent for a moment and asked. Even he only dared to use the black mark-enhanced cultivation techniques to cultivate and absorb the power of the light disaster. Quan He's direct merging. Don't worry, compared to other source disasters, light disaster is already very mild. Even if I merge, I still have a long time to maintain myself. Everyone dies eventually, no one can escape that. It's a natural choice, a law of the universe. Don't resist it. Quan He consoled softly. Watching Ku Chan, Yu Hong, and Yi's worried faces, she continued. Don't worry so much. I actually have many years left before my complete demise, which is enough for me to live the life I want. Relax. It's not that. Yu Hong pondered for a moment. I am not worried. I have a century-old curse on me that I can't shake off. And so does Ku Chan due to overexertion in pursuit of power. The side effects will also erupt around 100 years. He paused and continued. I was just thinking, so many monsters in the black disaster and so many strong beings in the spirit disaster. Did they once think like you, but eventually became monsters corrupted by the source disaster? As soon as this statement came out, everyone's expression in the room slightly changed. Even Yi, who half understood, seeing everyone changing their expressions, quickly tightened her own. The smile on Quan He's face settled. You are right, these days I discovered that many monsters in the spirit disaster actually have some remnants of their past memories. They once, at least once, were also complete humans like us. But now, don't worry about these unnecessary concerns. When the time comes, we'll talk about it. Why think so much now? Qi Xiao interrupted the speculation of the two. The issue now is the door won't open. What should we do? Let me out, and about 5 seconds later, open the door and let me come back in, Quan He said seriously. Are you truly confident, Senior? Yu Hong and Ku Chan looked at each other and asked. Shall we try? Quan He reached out toward both Yu Hong and Ku Chan. Her palms lightly patted their shoulders. The moment of contact, Yu Hong sensed the flow and condition of inner strength within Quan He. Contained within her terrifying spiritual energy center, which was like the sea, were 3 stabbing blue light wells in a triangular formation, floating right in the center of Quan He's torso. From each of the 3 blue light wells, an infinite and boundless surge of light disaster radiation burst forth every moment. That is, light well. Yu Hong immediately recognized the identity of these 3 blue light wells. His Tai Ling skill recorded the development of the light well, but it was at the 7th layer, which not only requires opening a light well but also a wind well and a spirit well altogether. Otherwise, solely cultivating one would inevitably be devoured by the ultimate sun. However, Quan He here managed to open what only the 7th layer of Tai Ling skill could do with a light well, and she opened 3 of them. Yu Hong did not know what to say. It clearly stated in the Tai Ling skill that the more source disaster wells there are, the stronger the instantaneous burst of output could be. The output strength of one light well is comparable to one ultimate gate. 3 light wells are equivalent to 3 ultimate gates. Thinking of this, Yu Hong fumbled on his body and quickly took out the Tai Ling skill record book. The record book was some key points of experience he had noted down himself after the secret manuals were destroyed, to prevent himself from forgetting. Since the Tai Ling skill had a strong uniqueness, anything enhanced by the black mark was completely fit for oneself and extremely unfriendly to others. Therefore, Yu Hong hoped to record useful things in this way to provide some help to outsiders. Senior, please wait a moment. I have a cultivation manual here that might be helpful to you. He wrote down the general context of Tai Ling's skill and the dangers to be faced in this record book. Apart from the fascinating visualization which couldn't be recorded, the main points could be seen here. Handing over the Tai Ling skill book, Quan He raised her eyebrows, took it over, and quickly started reading. Only reading the first few hundred characters, her brow quickly furrowed. This cultivation technique? I seem to have seen something similar somewhere. Ha! Yu Hong was stunned. It was... Before, there was a senior magician whose cultivation was extremely terrifying. Of course, he didn't compare with me since he passed away before I was born. He was a leader among ancient mages, and he created a cultivation technique that could use the balance between black disaster and spirit disaster to fight against the ceiling, called Tai Ching skill. Yu Hong's expression became somewhat unbearable. He immediately thought of the usual tricks of the black mark. He had thought that this Tai Ling skill was finally his own fusion-enhanced creation. Now it seems, well, the more I look at it, the more similar it is. The thought process and treatment methods below are very similar, although it has added some other details to the main context and many minor adjustments. But overall, it's basically a modified version of Tai Ching skill. Having quickly flipped through the record book, Quan He nodded directly. I wonder if it has any reference value for you, Senior. Yu Hong sighed expressively and asked. Chapter 458. It's meaningful but not much. The approach I'm using is actually similar to that of the Tai Ching skill. In some ways, this cultivation technique is more exquisite than the Tai Ching skill. I reckon it was redeveloped by some predecessor. Quan He said with a smile. Seeing the relieved expression on Yu Hong's face, she continued with a smile. However, as reasonable as the idea behind the cultivation technique is, trying to use it to resist the ultimate sun is a fool's errand. You must have seen those ancient scenes when you were exposed to the light disaster's radiation, right? Those powerful beings eternally imprisoned within the sun, unable to transcend or die, only able to bear eternal suffering. Yes. Yu Hong's expression turned somewhat ugly. In the end, whether it's the Tai Ling skill or the Tai Ching skill, both rely on employing a combination of approaches, making intricate alliances, balancing on a tightrope among various source disasters. This method is actually very dangerous. Quan He said. So I keep wondering if there is a power capable of surpassing source disasters, a power above all, that can allow us to live safely outside of all calamities. Is there such a power? Yu Hong has also thought about this. I don't know. Quan He shook her head. I do know a thing or two. Qi Xiao, who had been listening for a while, suddenly spoke up. This statement immediately drew the attention of the others. I've spent quite amount of time in heaven and occasionally come across some immortal generals with residual consciousness coming and going, discussing various topics, said Qi Xiao. In order to maintain their sense of self and identity, they must periodically harvest the cognition of other living beings to counter the erosion caused by the source disaster. Such actions are like drinking poison to quench thirst, for as time passes, the power of the source disaster will only grow stronger and the amount of cognition needed will increase. I've seen it too. Their fear. Quan He sighed and nodded. Some immortal generals have mentioned something called source material, Qi Xiao continued. The essence of source disaster is actually the chaos of the universe where order is always accidental, but chaos is different. In fact, it is the source disaster itself that constitutes the normal state of the universe, and our life order is actually the rare and unnatural phenomenon. Therefore, all that is abnormal will ultimately return to propriety. I've also heard similar statements from a predecessor, Yu Hong agreed. But even ants possess the will to survive, let alone us humans. So they are also desperately searching for possible solutions. Among them, source material is a treasure that is superior to cognition, Qi Xiao said. It can provide sufficient shelter and stability for a vast area. If source disaster is likened to a raging river, then source material is akin to the stubborn rocks within. Weaker currents cannot shake them, and stronger ones will only scour them, causing them to slowly erode over time. Isn't that like kidney stones? Yu Hong caught on. Yes, for the natural universe, source material is a harmful stone, but for our lives, it is the last straw. If we use source material to shield ourselves, it can support us for a very long time without being eroded by source disasters. Qi Xiao nodded. Source material? The other four pondered. How can we find source material? Quan He asked. According to the immortal generals, source material generally exists deep within source disasters. They are the indestructible remnants that could not be crushed or digested, possessing extremely high density and immense strength, with exaggerated resistances. Qi Xiao replied. All right, enough chatter. I'll go open the door. Quan He interrupted. Be ready to back me up at any moment. The others nodded slightly. Click. The safe house's large door was gently cracked open. With a hiss and in a flash, Quan He's figure charged out, wrapped in a faint blue light. The next second, she was floating right at the center of the North Heavenly Gate. There were no spirit disasters on watch, only she was there, alone and suspended. In an instant, Quan He's eyes widened as 3 blinding blue lights shone from her chest. The next second, with a mighty roar, a burst of dazzling blue halo exploded from her body. Within the halo, a gigantic blue light arm as thick as a skyscraper burst forth mightily. The arm was composed of countless small white cranes, twisted and entwined together, numbering in the tens of thousands at a glance. The dense layer of white cranes was coated with a layer of eerie blue light. Though the blue light seemed to be burning, the heavenly clouds see it illuminated rapidly covered with a thin layer of ice. Light, illuminate everything. Quan He's voice emanated from the arm. She stood atop the arm, her Taoist robe fluttering, her face solemn, her hands swiftly forming seals, and with the arm, she violently crashed into the North Heavenly Gate. Thud! A moment of horrifying vibration and noise emanated from between the arm and the gate. The massive sound waves shook the surrounding cloud sea of the gate, making it tremble, loosen, and disintegrate. Finally, a slight crack was made in the gate of the North Heavenly Gate. The crack was narrow considering the entire Heavenly Gate, but it was over 10 meters wide relative to the safe house, enough for them to take the opportunity to leave. Yu Hong made a snap decision, forcefully resisting the buzzing in his head from the shaking, and piloted the safe house to burst out. Senior, hurry over. He sent out an urgent transmission. Coming. Quan He leaped from the giant hand, plunging towards the safe house. The white crane hand beneath her feet then turned to pounce on the various spirit disasters that had been alarmed behind her. How dare you! A thunderous roar came from the sky behind. A golden hand descended from the sky, tearing through the clouds above, and slammed towards the white crane hand. With a thunderous clash, the golden hand stalled for an instant, then crushed the white crane hand. But by the time it turned to pursue Quan He, it found the space outside the gate empty. Quan He, who had just exited, had vanished without a trace. After a few breaths, a dissatisfied roar came from the depths of heaven. A large expanse of golden light erupted from the area of the heavenly prison palace, carrying with it faint, tragic screams. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the cloud sea, Quan He appeared in the safe house, panting. Seeing the surprised faces of the others, he revealed a relieved smile. Mission accomplished. Truly worthy of our senior. Yu Hong gave a thumbs up. Ku Chan let out a sigh of relief and released his clenched fist, only then noticing that his palm was filled with nervous sweat. Yi clapped softly in cooperation. As she couldn't speak, she simply used body language to express her thoughts. That's incredible. You've surpassed many great mages of ancient times, praised Qi Xiao. Isn't that natural? Quan He replied casually. The development of things often starts out the weakest and subsequently grows stronger and stronger until it reaches the peak of its brilliance. Yeah, you're always right. Qi Shao was rendered speechless. He wanted to argue, but seeing the exaggerated, tidal radiation of the light disaster on the other person's body, he decisively chose to shut up. Now we have a problem. How do we get back? Asked Yu Hongdao. I can't find the way back. The ship had blown up, and fixing it would take an unknown amount of time. So he took this opportunity to ask everyone for their ideas in the hope of finding a solution. No worries, the original route back is too dangerous. After robbing the heavenly prison, there will surely be a large number of expert search parties from heaven. I know a way back, Qi Shao explained. Not to toot my own horn, but most immortal generals in heaven don't even know about this path. Only I, who followed the great emperor on many trips, can remember the location of this path. Please lead the way. I'll go to the window. Qi Shao floated over to the lookout window. I'll arrange the food and resting places for the night, Yi quickly said. Call me when you're there. I'm going to cultivate. Ku Chan stuffed a sugar bean into his mouth and left. Following Qi Zhao's directions, Yu Hong wandered around the cloud sea for a few hours before finally jumping down from a depression in the cloud sea, disappearing from this vast and dangerous expanse. 5 hours later, above a tropical rainforest in the New World, the safe house silently emerged into view. Accompanied by a faint mist of black light, it fell from more than 60 meters above. Boom! The house heavily plunged into the rainforest below, crushing a swath of trees and shrubs. We're finally back. The door of the house opened. Yu Hong was the first to emerge, followed by Quan He, Ku Chan, and Qi Shao. Yi did not leave. Since the safe house had been merged with the savior ship, it was no longer entirely a physical structure, but rather existed in the shallow layers of the black disaster. Due to her constitution, she could not casually enter other places and could only live in the safe house alone. Such a strong concentration of spirit light radiation. Quan He stepped out and immediately noticed the environmental radiation of the light disaster, her expression changing slightly. To obtain sufficient peace, I had to resort to this, Yu Hong said. His eyes also ceased their colorful shimmer at this moment. This trip to the core of the spirit disaster in heaven had been filled with close calls, but it was successful in achieving their goal and even gathered plenty of precious intelligence, making it a fruitful return, though not without significant losses. Setting aside the black light, considering the several dragon lizard nests that vanished with the destruction of the black light, Yu Hong felt particularly pained. Luckily, there were dragon lizard hatchlings in the New World too, capable of integrating new nests and repeating the initial route. Only time was needed. The place here is stable and peaceful, without any dangers. Just that. Yu Hong repeated the information he had learned from the Fate Master. I'll take you to the newly built base of the Spirit Alliance, said Ku Chan, with a heavy voice. All right. Quan He's mood was somewhat downcast at the moment. She had asked Yu Hong to take her to see the entrance of the Dao Mai world. But, despite searching the entire region, they found no traces left of the Dao Mai world. Unable to find it, and with the explosion of the black light causing the safe house to move much slower, they ultimately decided to return first and plan for the long term. Do whatever you want to do. I will guard here. Even if the pressure increases and the black disaster surges in, I can push it back directly. Quan He adjusted her mood, gazing at the refreshing scenery around her, and spoke solemnly. After I finish escorting people, I will follow the Alliance hierarch, Ku Chan said. I'll go with Ku Chan, Qi Shao quickly said. You're too short. I don't need you, Ku Chan said bluntly. You! A person can't be so ungrateful,
Qixiao exclaimed in dismay.
Ku Chan had a face of confusion. He felt he was only stating the facts. Chapter 459. Since that's the case, let's head back first. I need to try and see if I can rebuild the black light, Yu Hong said helplessly. This rescue mission had been completed to perfection, and there were basically no other urgent matters to attend to. With Quan He around, despite her dejection from not having found the entrance to the Dao Mai world, Her strength was undeniable. Her power, even stronger than before, was more than enough to keep this new world in check. The only problem was that Quan He treaded a singular path, lacking the balancing counter of wind well spirit well, which might lead to serious problems in the future. Yu Hong raised this concern, but Quan He dodged the question. He guessed that perhaps she had no choice back in the heavenly prison. Such a consequence meant that her power would increase swiftly but at cost of losing the means to maintain balance later on. Once the objective was set, the group quickly took out their phones and contacted the local Spirit Alliance. Soon after, a plane landed at the nearby airport, and the Spirit Alliance's helicopter swiftly approached to pick them up, heading back towards the headquarters base. On the helicopter, Yu Hong looked down at the dark green jungle slowly passing by below, felt the hot waves that came rushing towards them, and smelled the scent of flowers mixed with the unique humid odor of the jungle on the wind. He suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unreality. Is everything really settling down? Is it over? This thought flickered through his mind. The sounds of Qi Xiao and Ku Chan bantering on the helicopter hovered in his ears, barely audible beneath the noise of the rotor blades. He glanced sideways, looking at Quan He who was sitting behind him. Quan He sat silently, her gaze shifting as she looked out the window, lost in thought. Since it's rare for us to be out, stop thinking too much. Enjoy the hard-earned peace. Quan He said softly, not lifting her eyes but knowing Yu Hong was looking at her. Senior. Yu Hong started to say something but ultimately remained silent. There's still a lot of time ahead of us. Don't push yourself too hard, or you'll go mad. Quan He said softly through a voice transmission. Rest assured, your Tai Ling skill path is still very good. It's slow but safe, and besides, you can try to rely on me a bit. She finished with a gentle smile. Yu Hong did not reply, merely letting out a sigh. Asterisk. 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 Deep in the Black River, near the entrance to the Spirit Disaster, an ashen-faced old woman and a huge six-eyed, four-winged black dragon still stood guard at the entrance. I think they may not come out anymore, the black dragon Ryan cautiously said. It's not been that long. They might still be cowering in some corner inside. There's only one entrance nearby, so don't worry, Marissa said indifferently. It's been months, though. Maybe they've already died inside, Ryan added. Don't be anxious. I can feel they're still alive. Even though my mark has been erased, the residual aura on that person persists and will last a while longer. Marissa spoke calmly. Hunting prey requires patience. What's this bit of time? Once, I waited 40 years by a cave to hunt a top-notch source material. I understand. Ryan nodded, continuing to float above the Black River, and together with Maria, they kept their gaze fixed on the Spirit Disaster entrance, waiting. Asterisk. 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 Days and days passed. In the blink of an eye, it had been over a month since Yu Hong and the others had returned to the New World. Over the course of the month, Yu Hong had experimented a little and finally managed to use some parts of the black light remnants from the safe house, reinforcing and restoring the ship's body. However, this time without the burden of transport and considering how a larger target the ship was, he downsized the black light to fit the safe house perfectly, merging both. In the following days, Yu Hong continued to strengthen the outer eye. The development of the Spirit Alliance in the New World went on rather smoothly. The people of Qingchen Temple and Hope City had built a new city called Hope City in just a short month here. A multitude of cutting-edge technologies emerged in this place, bringing joy to everyone. Celebrations and cheers abounded. Dao My World inhabitants were pleasantly surprised by Quan He's return, and in just a month, she had completely integrated into everything here. Everything seemed just like it was back in the original Dao My environment. She reclaimed the position of the first mage with ease. She joyfully attended various social engagements daily, indulged in delicious food, and traveled to enjoy life. And as everything settled, everyone slowly grew accustomed to this calm and safe life. In a flash, another 2 months had gone by. Hope City. Red Can Tea House. A beautiful female musician tenderly sang while plucking her pipa. Patrons came and went, Friends entered and left the private rooms in droves. At a spot by the window of the tea house, Yu Hong sat quietly, pouring himself floral tea, picking at some snacks, passing the time leisurely. Who would have known, beneath that flower, a young beauty was but a white-haired fox demon? Who would have known the mutual affection could not withstand a single chaos of Taoist skills? The pipa musician sang what appeared to be the tragic love story of a fox demon and a cultivator. How come you've started to enjoy such plays after not seeing you for a while? Quan He pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him with a chuckle in her voice. She was now dressed just like a young female college student, with a tight-waist t-shirt and black slim-fit pants, her long hair cutely tied into twin ponytails. People who didn't know her would never associate this pure and beautiful young woman with a granny who had lived for over 100 years. Yu Hong looked at her outfit and shook his head. You seem to be enjoying life. Yes, it's rare to have such peace and stability. Aren't you happy? Quan He said with a smile. I am happy, but I'm different from you. Yu Hong pointed to his body and then made a circular motion, gesturing toward the surrounding environment. Following his gesture, Quan He noticed that all the people around were stealthily eyeing Yu Hong, who was sitting here. Well, with such a big figure like yours, it's normal to attract attention. In fact, I thought I would be very happy, finally in such a safe environment, but right now I just feel irritable, Yu Hong said softly. Are you still worried about the curse on you? Quan He asked. Shall I take a look? She reached out her hand, palm up. Just give me your hand. Don't resist. Yu Hong heard this and extended his hand, gently placing it in her palm. However, their hands were of grossly mismatched sizes. His hand was almost twice the size of Quan He's, almost not fitting, pressing down so much that Quan He frowned from the weight. After a moment, she withdrew her hand. Sorry, my skills are not polished. I can only vaguely feel a powerful and eerie force entwined with you. She paused, then continued. This force is deeply entwined. If one were to attempt to remove it, it would surely alert the owner of the force immediately. Moreover, it would cause irreversible permanent damage to you. So you mean there's no way? Yu Hong withdrew his hand. No worries. I didn't have much hope anyway. I can't just ignore what you said. I could remove it for you, but you might get hurt. It's intertwined deeply with your mind, Quan He said. What about Ku Chan? She changed the subject. He went to cultivate. He's asked me 5 times now when we'll set out to find the source material, sighed Yu Hong. People from Taoist sect have introduced him to a lot of girls, but he didn't fancy any of them, said Quan He. It seems he can't integrate into modern life either. So, I'm planning to leave, said Yu Hong, to deal with the issues I'm facing, as well as the trouble Ku Chan is in. I guessed as much. When will you go? Quan He smiled. Probably tomorrow. Everyone here is happy. We wouldn't want to spoil the mood. Yu Hong smiled too. I won't stop you. This is what I've prepared for you. Quan He fished out a crane-shaped jade pendant from her pocket. The pendant had an oval shape with a simple immortal crane pattern on it. This jade pendant is a consumable trump card I've crafted. You can use it about 5 times before the immortal crane pattern completely fades. When that happens, come back to me for a recharge. I shall not stand on ceremony then. Yu Hong reached out to take the jade pendant. The last jade pendant he tossed had been very useful, successfully blocking the pursuit of a top-tier monster from the Black Disaster. Stored within the jade pendant are 5 instances of magic at my full strength. As long as you don't use it against the light disaster, everything else should be fine. You know the weight of my full-powered magic, so remember, don't use it like before, Quan He said. Thank you.
Yu Hong nodded solemnly.
Stowing away the jade pendant, he turned to look out the window. Cars were shuttling back and forth below, young people in sports cars, middle-aged people in trucks, and elderly people in electric wheelchairs. The course of a human life was so clearly laid out in front of Yu Hong. He drained his cup of tea in one gulp, stood up, and his 2.5-meter physique, along with his extremely muscular build, made even the staff in Hope City, who had seen plenty of big men, feel an inexplicable sense of suffocation. That's why I don't go down the path of physical enhancement. When the body becomes strong, the senses too, and everything in life changes accordingly. Many things will gradually lose their interest to oneself, Quan He chuckled. But magic is different. As long as I don't use magic, I'm still a relatively sharp, normal person. Yu Hong responded with a smile and stepped out of the tea house. He weaved through the bustling streets, took out his phone, and opened the friends circle to see various photos of bikini-clad beauties at the beach posted by Yu Hen, UMO, and others. The hearts of these two old men were truly young. Handing over the leadership of the Spirit Alliance to Quan He was indeed the right decision, Yu Hong sighed. Looking at the passers-by and cars on the street, he knew that, with just 1/10 of his strength, he could annihilate everything on the street. Cars in front of him were but fragile matchboxes. People in front of him weren't even substantial enough to be balloons. A slightly faster walk could inadvertently kill someone. He flagged down a taxi, got in after providing a name, and felt the whole vehicle sink heavily as he boarded. The driver glanced at him, seeming to want to say something, but then the car started up and they drove off.
Moments later.
Yu Hong returned to his place. He now owned quite a few properties in the New World, most of which were gifted to him. When Hope City was established, many countries sent diplomats to establish diplomatic relations and reside in the city. This was treating the city built by Spirit Alliance as if it was a sovereign nation. Over time, a large influx of outsiders began to pour into the city, and the residents started to flow outwards. Everyone was gradually integrating into this place. Except for me and Ku Chan, Yu Hong checked the protective array set up in his suburban manner. Then, he headed to the specially built underground laboratory. Chapter 460. The square-shaped laboratory was constructed with the most robust special alloy, capable of withstanding the bombardment of main guns without penetration. Then Yu Hong set up various protective arrays inside. Standing in the center of the basement, he silently closed his eyes. Silently, a black fog spread from behind him, enveloping him. The next moment, the sound of black water rushing once again filled the air. Yu Hong turned and walked along the wooden bridge towards the depths of the black fog. After about 20 meters, the black fog in front of him dispersed, revealing the newly renovated exterior of the black light. Was that a box-like, double-story small black house? The house floated on the Black River, bobbing up and down, completely unrecognizable from the original black light ship. Yu Hong was not surprised. He approached and took a light leap, accurately landing at the doorstep of the first floor. A waterproof railing was installed below the door, wrapping around the safe house, making the whole look like a small boat in the shape of a house. Click, the door opened. Welcome back. Yi was squatting on the floor cleaning, and turned her head upon hearing the noise. Seeing Yu Hong, she quickly stood up and smiled sweetly. How is it? Not too bored? Yu Hong asked as he entered, closed the door, and locked it. Not bad. There are many things to play with inside the house. Yi shook her head. Get ready to set off. I'm going to a place and you'll stay in the safe house. This renovation has added a manual controller for you, located in the basement. I saw it. Yi nodded. Soon after, Yu Hong arrived in the main control room, and a few breaths later, the entire safe house boat shuddered slightly and slowly sailed toward the depths of the Black River. Yu Hong had completely integrated the black light with the safe house. Now, the exterior appeared as if the safe house was placed on a perfectly sized fitting small boat. The boat also had a deck and everything the black light had before. Compared to the safe house, it could accommodate dozens more people. But the deck outside was not as safe as inside the safe house. An hour later, Prison Island. On the endless high walls, Yu Hong once again arrived at the cell of Fate Master Zhao Chenhu. Thump, thump, thump. He knocked on the window. Inside, Brother, who was standing on one leg, face toward the wall, continuously squatting and rising, as if he were training something. Senior, Yu Hong transmitted his voice. He knocked on the window again. Brother, who turned his head and saw that it was him again, immediately showing an expression of speechlessness. Ever since 2 months ago, Yu Hong had been pestering him every few days. This made it impossible for him to rest for extended periods. "You're here again." Brother Hu stood up and approached the glass window, his expression grim. "Brother Hu, I've forgotten that you told me your name is Zhao Chenhu before. Can I call you Brother Hu from now on?" Yu Hong deliberately tried to close the distance. "Call me whatever you like," said Brother Hu impatiently. "What troubles have brought you this time?" During these times, Yu Hong had treated this place as a dumping ground for his troubles, telling him all sorts of messy things. Initially, he was quite interested, planning to hear about what the outside world was like now. But now it seems, "This time, I plan to set out again," Yu Hong said. "Setting out? Can't sit still anymore?" Brother Hu raised an eyebrow. "I've said it long ago. Thinking you can live a normal life like you are now is a pipe dream. You have to live the ordinary life fitting for your level. Different lives define ordinary differently. Facing a group of mortals whom you might accidentally disable or kill with a little carelessness, yet still trying to forcefully blend in with them, that's the greatest restraint on yourself." "Yes, I felt it." Yu Hong nodded slightly. "I came here this time to ask how to lift the curse of Prison Island? Find the land of vitality. What if it's not found in 100 years? I feel like 100 years might not be enough," Yu Hong said. "Then go for a one-on-one duel with Agrias's true form," said Brother Hu. Back in the day, the True Origin Divine Sect, in their search for the land of vitality, lacking sufficient strength on their own, had to rely on Agrias's power to protect the Savior ship, and the deal with Agrias's true form was to have the captain as the bargaining chip. He sighed. "Actually, I quite enjoy talking to you. I feel that my cognition is slowly recovering. This is because you are continuously transmitting your cognition to me. It's your sacrifice that keeps me from going crazy, committing suicide earlier, like those other fools. All right? As long as it can help Brother Hu, that's good." Yu Hong nodded. "Then I want to ask, how strong is Agrias's true form?" "True form. It could crush your entire planet with a slap of its hand," Tiger said casually. Yu Hong's expression became a bit rigid. "Don't look at me like that. How could it control so many captains if it wasn't strong enough? Moreover, Agrias is also a living being. It is also searching for the land of vitality, also resisting the erosion of the source disaster. The captains on Prison Island are just batteries it uses to replenish its own fading cognition. Nothing more." Tiger spoke indifferently. "So, you could say that you have already become its prospective property. So, I ask you, in this situation, would you negotiate with your property, promising them freedom?" Yu Hong was speechless. "So, stop thinking about it. Agrias has been an ancient starry sky god for who knows how many years. Its strength is unfathomable. Instead, think about finding the land of vitality within 100 years. That's more realistic." Tiger consoled. "I understand. Then I'd like to ask, is the land of vitality related to source material?" Yu Hong asked. "I don't know what source material is, but indeed, the land of vitality is made up of a lot of things that cannot be destroyed or eroded by the source disaster." Tiger laughed. "And the Savior ship is essentially capable of approaching the land of vitality on its own. It's because the True Origin sect had obtained a symbiotic substance from a piece of the land of vitality that they went to great lengths to create these Savior ships in an attempt to find the last hope." Tiger explained. "Is this kind of land of vitality indestructible by any source disaster?"
Yu Hong pondé.
"Of course, that is the ultimate eternal place. Otherwise, why would the True Origin sect go to such lengths to search for it?" Tiger glanced at him strangely. Yu Hong immediately repeated his definition of source material to him. Tiger suddenly laughed. "Source material is this thing, huh?" He clapped his hands, started to do a handstand, legs against the wall, body slightly tilted, and then continued talking to Yu Hong. "That's not the same as the land of vitality. In the legends of the True Origin sect, it's mentioned that once there was a place where many source disasters converged, and the land of vitality was nurtured in such a place. So, it won't be eroded or destroyed by any source disaster. It's a very beautiful place, Tiger sighed. Since the curse can't be lifted for the time being, the only option is to keep moving forward. Yu Hong also sighed. He didn't want to be trapped in Prison Island forever, until no one spoke to him, losing cognition, eventually going mad or committing suicide. One last question, he thought for a moment. Brother Hu, being a captain for so many years, you should know how to identify the land of vitality, right? With that question, Tiger fell silent. I don't know. I have no idea. He replied softly. I just try to bring other source disasters to places not ravaged by one to see. As he said this, Yu Hong suddenly felt a chill. For the land of vitality, perhaps the later stage Tiger no longer cared about anything else. Even if it was a false land of vitality, even if all other creatures inside were destroyed because of it, he didn't care. The implication of this statement was very clear. What's that look for? Tiger, seeing Yu Hong's expression, suddenly burst into laughter. Of course, I'd make sure all other creatures inside are settled before trying. Plus, the attempt doesn't need to be large-scale. A small test is sufficient to see, then quickly seal it off. So, what are you worried about? Am I Yang Chenhu, the kind of person who disregards lives? Didn't you say your name was Zhao Chenhu? Brother Hu?
Yu Hong corrected.
Yes, I am Zhao Chenhu, a fate master. Tiger's voice faltered, and he came down from the handstand. All right, let's change the topic. From your narration earlier, I'm certain that you don't know the correct way to use the savior ship. Tiger said. What do you mean? Literally what I said. We captains only have 100 years. If you have to carefully investigate each place you go to, you simply won't have enough time before you end up in Prison Island. Tiger sneered. So you mean? Yu Hong seemed to realize something. Yes, that's right, just as you're thinking. Don't disembark. The savior ship will stop on its own for a while, and then continue to the next place. Only when it reaches the true land of vitality will it stop completely. But if you, as the captain, disembark, then the savior ship will also remain here, not moving forward. Moreover, it will take a trip back to where you originally departed. Tiger explained. I understand. Yu Hong briefly imagined it and grasped Tiger's meaning. Since the savior ship can move closer to the land of vitality on its own, letting it move continuously at the fastest pace is the correct way to approach the land of vitality more quickly. But you need to be aware, the places that the savior ship initially heads to are not strong, but as time progresses, the places it goes will become increasingly dangerous. If you're not strong enough, it's better to stop and enhance yourself for a while. For improvement, I recommend the best way is to modify yourself, divide your consciousness into several parts, store them in different parts of your body, and then Tiger began to pitch his set of techniques for self-modification. Yu Hong had already heard these speeches many times in these days. He automatically tuned out. Before long, having gathered enough information, Yu Hong patted Brother Hu's mount and left again. In the cell, Tiger's smile slowly faded. He looked in the direction where Yu Hong had completely departed for a long time without moving. After a long silence, he suddenly revealed a strange smile. Naive boy. Turning around, he came to the cabinet in the room, pulled open a drawer at the bottom, and sighed while looking at the experimental logs stored inside. How could I test out the most accurate data without completely drawing in other source disasters? Each of these experimental logs was the memory of a world he had once destroyed. Kid, I'm not a good person after all. Tiger closed the drawer, his expression filled with melancholy.